were slaughtered. November 13th, 2022. And from the very beginning, you were told a story. A story built by investigators, sold by prosecutors, and repeated by the media. Contradictions didn't matter. Inconsistencies were ignored. And once a narrative is set, the truth becomes inconvenient. But what if the truth was never the priority? One man with a decorated law enforcement career has the courage to say it. Christopher Whitcomb. In Broken Plea, the evidence is re-examined, the timeline is challenged, and the narrative is put to the test. Not speculation, not opinion. Analysis, grounded in experience. Broken Plea, now available on Amazon in Kindle, hardcover. The audiobook is available on Audible. Tonight, you're not getting headlines. You're getting the conversation behind them. The questions, the details, and the perspective most people never hear.
So, the point of the story is, I went back and said, what do I see in this case that presents not just red flags, but tsunamis of what the hell's going on here?
This isn't a recap. This isn't a summary. This is a deeper look at a case that still doesn't sit right. And what you're about to hear might change how you see it entirely.
Close the night out right, panel at the table in that half-dead light. Miss Robin in the middle, calling every shot, directing and producing, till the story runs hot. 1-1 from the city, badge heavy on his chest, towing that law like a wicked chain, spitting facts, no rest. Crimes after dark, we close the night out right, tear through the lies till the wrong sounds like a fight. All of the answers buried so deep out of sight. We watch the threads unravel, we watch the threads ignite. JJ in the corner, state of the deep in his head. Which lies to toss and which ones to keep instead. Dago from the cafe says forget about it, leans back, spins his thoughts like a blade cutting holes in the track. Lee at the front, head advocate, steady stare, every word like a warning, every silence a dare. All of them leaning in, clock crawling, eyes bright, every secret feels louder than the buzzing of the night. Crimes after dark, we close the night out right, tear through the lies till the wrong sounds like a fight. All of the answers buried so deep out of sight. We watch the threads unravel, we watch the threads ignite. You can bury it in paper, you can lock it in a file, but the truth bleeds through, drip by drip, tile by tile. We're dragging it to daylight, name by name, line by line. If you wrote it in the shadows, we'll read it out this time. Yeah. Crimes after dark, we close the night out right, tear through the lies till the wrong let's ignite.
Alrighty, everybody, welcome to a Crimes After Dark show. And yeah, everything is crazy. The world has turned upside down. This is unexpected for all of us. Thanks to the crazy world of the publishing world, things happened very, very rapidly. Barnes and Nobles basically had released the book early. Everybody was starting to talk about having a copy of the book. Digital copies were starting to leak online. Essentially, it felt like the book had lost containment. It was set to release in 7 days. We're 7 days early. We were given permission by the publisher to take the gloves off and talk about the book immediately. Fortunately for myself, who had the first interview in the can with Christopher Whitcomb about this book, and I was so excited to tease it and tell you I got the first interview, and then a bomb dropped and they said, it's already out. We've lost containment of the book. Go, go, go. And so I was fortunate enough. Christopher Whitcomb said, look, dude, you had the first interview. I want to honor your commitment to that you were the first. And so I'm going to bring Christopher on stage with me. Christopher, how are you doing today?
Great. Great to see you. And yeah, I guess we live in a digital world. Things move quickly. And it wasn't that we were trying to get it out, but yes, you were the first, Lee. Very excited about that. Thank you. And thank you for bringing me on.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I'm so stoked. I can't thank you enough. In fact, when I was looking back at our interview, there was so much in the book. And now that it's out, right, there's kind of like the gloves are off. So I hope, I know you've agreed to come back at the end of the interview. The interview is about 2 hours long. So what we're going to do is I'm going to bring my panel up real quick to say hi to you. And then we're going to dismiss you if you don't mind. We'll play the interview that you and I pre-recorded in this same getup. I think you were only wearing the same shirt, same look, the whole thing.
No, different shirt, different day.
Shirt. Different shirt, different
day. It's late, so I'm home. It's not in my office.
Yeah, fair enough. So let me get the panel up to say hi to you, and then we'll let you go. We'll play the interview, and you'll come back and take some questions and answers from the group. Everybody is stoked. I know this is exciting. It's a super honor to have you on. Your book is going to change so much of the conversation. So let's get Dago on from True Crime Cafe. He's another YouTuber that we met friends. Dago, how you doing tonight?
Good, great, wonderful. Happy to be here. Super exciting. It's amazing and awesome to meet you, Chris.
There you go. Great to see you. Great to see you.
Yes, sir. Very much appreciative of what you've done with this, giving us all the ability to be able to look into a little bit more truth than what we've seen. So I'm super excited for this tonight and grateful to meet you, sir.
Thank you. Same.
And now Robin, who I was just queuing up as the way they were backstage, no particular order. Robin's my kind of co-producer on the show. So I showed a little disrespect not bringing my co-producer on first. What the hell am I doing? I didn't introduce my wife backstage first, and then I didn't put my co-producer on. So
Robin, hole, buddy.
Make sure you unmute yourself, Robin. You're muted right now. So make sure you unmute yourself and say hello.
Yes. Hello, sir. It's so good to meet you.
So nice to meet you, Robin. You got to call me Chris. I'm already aware of my advanced age. Dispense with the formalities. You got to call me Chris, please.
All right, then, Chris, it is wonderful to have you with us tonight. Welcome to Devil's Advocates.
Thanks so much.
All right, and then I'm going to bring up now. Unfortunately, one who's a captain in NYPD. We kind of keep his real identity on the down low because he doesn't represent NYPD, and we want to make that clear. So we never tell him his actual name. He's actually driving back from, I think, the Bronx tonight. So he's in the car right now. Can you hear us, one?
I hear you. Hello, everyone. Thanks, Chris, for all you do. I have deep respect for you. I myself, obviously, in law enforcement. Thank you for taking the time to join with us and for your effort of fighting for the truth. Thank you.
1-1, great to meet you. Thank you for all you do. I lived in New York for years, Upper West Side, and many friends and fan of the NYPD, many friends there over the years. So really, really grateful for what you do.
Thank you.
All right. With that, Chris, I'm going to go ahead and let you go if you'd like to go do something for a couple hours. I think our interview runs about 1 hour and 55 so minutes. So if you just want to come back at an hour and 45 minutes or so, queue up backstage, that would be great. Everybody's excited to hear what you have to say. We're going to get into the weeds a little bit with the book if you've got some time afterwards. So thank you so much, Chris, for coming on.
Looking forward to it. See you guys in a bit, okay?
All right. Good.
Thanks again.
See you soon.
All right, guys, without further ado, let's get into the interview. Now, here's the other bad thing with everything moving so fast. This interview might be just a hair raw. There was a couple of things I wanted to edit out, including maybe a half a second of me pausing and getting ready to take a breath and formulate my thoughts. It's real raw, but it's also real quick that you move in the publishing business. So we're just going to get after it. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to, I think, put the do I want to go full screen? No, let's put the panel on the side so people are aware that this is live. We'll put the panel on the side like that, but we'll mute our microphones so that we don't step on it. All right. So I'm going to mute our microphones, but I'll go ahead and play the video inside of this. I think I might go full screen with it if I change my mind. So I'm gonna. Everybody looks at. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment that I have been so excited to get into. Christopher Whitcomb and his book that I think is going to change the narrative in the Idaho 4 case. After 3 years, many of us have been beaten up, asking questions, being shamed for asking questions and not leaving the families alone. But this book's going to finally give us permission, in my opinion. Christopher, this book, I cannot wait to get into it with you. Tell us a little bit about when you started. When did you decide to write this book in the first place?
I decided to write this book shortly before the change of plea hearing. That it was set for trial, and I had just started. I was in the final stages of working on another book about a mysterious disappearance called the Springfield 3. It's also a very widely known and talked about case in the true crime community. And I have a friend, a former FBI colleague, and he came over to talk to me about the case. He had just solved another cold case, and he had just gotten 2 guys prosecuted for murder 35 years after the fact. So we were talking about what we were going to do next, and he told me about this case, and I had not really looked at this case at all. I knew very, very little about it. And when I did look into it, I thought, well, prosecution has it pretty well sorted. All the evidence seemed sound. It was moving toward trial, and I figured, why would I have any interest in it whatsoever? You know, it seemed very straightforward, very cut and dried. And then he showed me parts of the file. Then he showed me things that he had seen that I had not. He showed me, we discussed things that he knew that I did not. And then I'd say within a few days, I decided there was something really significant about this case in particular. And that's when I got involved.
I think it stunned a lot of us because some of us, that have been getting into the weeds for 3 years, we thought it was a largely circumstantial case. It didn't look like an open and shut case to us. And we're like, well, wait a minute. You've got cell phone pings that ping off the tower that services the house. That's not the same thing as he was stalking the girls outside the house. And there was a lot of things that I personally was excited for the trial because I said, this is a largely circumstantial case. And in large part, I think, honestly, if you listen to their wording, I'm not sure they were even going to present the DNA evidence, which is the number one thing I think the public has been convinced that Kohberger was the guy because they got his DNA. How can you argue about it? It's a done deal. I want to take you back.
That's what I thought too.
Yeah, right. I think everyone in America did. I think everyone in the world, in fact, this is an international case. People watch this from Australia and Europe and all over the place. I mean, this is a huge deal. I want to go back to the plea deal. It was July 2nd, 2025, and I was actually in the courthouse when he changed his plea, and it stunned me because 2.5 years he's maintained his factual innocence, and then all of a sudden they're saying, do you agree that you killed these 4 people? And he says yes, yes, yes. And I'm just thinking, how can this be? This doesn't make any sense. The biggest part I think that really stunned me was when Judge Hippler asked the state to do a recitation of what their case would have been had it gone to trial. And to my surprise, and I really want to quote Bill Thompson directly here when I say this. When he says, please present your recitation so that Kohberger could hear what it is you would have shown against him. He said, Your Honor, this organization's recitation is different from what the court and the public may be familiar with from the probable cause affidavit and other documents. And right out of the way, I'm thinking to myself, how can it be different than what we've heard for 3 years? You're going into trial now, and we're going to hear something different today than the public has heard and what we believed was in the PCA and what we believed were in the other documents. And when they laid it out, it sounded like literally he might have well have said, if you listen carefully, I can't place Brian Kohberger in the house. I can only place him near the house. How impactful is it to think that what would have been presented to the jury had it gone to trial is not at all what we all thought it was for 3 years?
That's a big question, Lee. That's a very big question. And I'll say kind of the same thing. And my perspective, I've lived an unusual life in that I've done a lot of different things, but your viewers may not know that I was, for a long time, I was an FBI agent. I started as a journalist. I was a print newspaper reporter, covered a police beat. And then after that, I wrote for various publications. I was a staff writer, GQ magazine. Most people wouldn't think that to be high-end journalism, but I covered the war on terror. And I went to Afghanistan and various things. I had an op-ed contract with the New York Times, and I worked for about 5 years for NBC as an on-air analyst, a Today Show, Nightly News. I had a show on CNBC. I said it only because I've come at this from two different angles. One, as a journalist, print and broadcast journalist. I have written, I think this is my 6th published book, and I was an FBI agent. So I have an unusual, perhaps, skill set, which would be criminal investigative training and experience working as a journalist. And they don't go together. Often, many people will understand that the police and the media often don't see things the same way. Both investigations, both doing the very best they can at their own, the fourth estate versus law enforcement. So a similar mechanism, but a different perspective. When I found out about this case from an FBI agent, a former FBI agent, I went back and I looked at the journalistic side of this thing, and it is so widely covered, as you just said. It's been covered by major mainstream media groups, podcasts, the new era, you and the new era of examination, which is podcasts. True crime is a big thing. So we also have thousands, hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of people that are familiar with the facts of this case as they were presented. So as I started looking with scrutiny, investigatively, both the law enforcement side and the journalist side, my first reaction was kind of what you just brought up. And I looked at this and I said, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense. I've presented violent crimes to a grand jury. So I understand gathering the evidence, producing a volume of evidence that goes to a prosecutor. The prosecutor, state, local, or federal, takes it to a grand jury. That leads, in this case, to an indictment. An indictment is the charge. The charge eventually, at least in this case, was going to go to trial based on a plea of not guilty. That all changed, as you just said, in July. Right. And when I found out about the case, thinking it was going to go to trial, and then realizing very, very quickly that he was changing his plea, I thought the same thing. What happened? What changed? And it went from, okay, there's no point in doing this case. I mean, Brian Koberger pled guilty. There's no point in doing a book. There's no point in looking at the case. And I just said, okay, enough. I'll move on to the next one. I wasn't looking at this case to do a story on this case. I was looking at what I'm going to do for my next 6 months or a year writing a book. Could have been anything. Right. What changed very quickly is what you just brought up. What changed very quickly was that when prosecutor Bill Thompson stood up and recited the facts of the case at Judge Hippler's direction, I had the same reaction. And I thought, this is a quadruple homicide, one of the most sensationalized cases of the century, maybe the most. And it involves the horrific murder of 4 young people. How is this possible? Is this what would have been presented at a death penalty trial? And it was a death penalty prosecution. And I had the same thought you did. The difference between you and me and maybe other people that are watching this right now is I ended up with access to hundreds of thousands of documents, photographs, files, a large part of the Brady disclosure, and we can talk about the Brady disclosure and what that is if you want to. When I saw that, my initial reaction is, okay, I am going to look into this because something doesn't add up. And for somebody that believes in justice and truth, that was a challenge to me. I looked at this and said, nobody wants to go in. I'm not saying to this day, when we sit here talking right now, I'm not saying I doubt for a moment that Brian Koberger could plead guilty and lie about it. I'm not doubting it. I'm not saying this is a wrongful conviction. I'm not saying, actually right now, I'm not going to say anything. My point is, the more I looked into this case, as you and many people that know about this case, the more I looked into it, the more I realized it was nothing like what we think it was. And that's what I do in this book. I point out the factual evidence that points one way or another, which would have come out at trial because there is no trial, we'll never know. Bryan Kohberger did not allocute, meaning he never told anyone about what happened, means, mechanism, motivation, how all of these things happened. And it is a profoundly compelling and troublesome place we find ourselves right now, if we believe in justice, if we believe in truth and justice, and I do.
Right. And to be, so first of all, it's the credentials that you just kind of went through with your background that makes us so excited about this, because, so far in mainstream media and coverage of it and books by Howard Bloom and whatever, we in the true crime community kind of say they're hit pieces. They're pieces to tell you everything they did it right. This was a psycho killer. He was an incel. He couldn't get laid. So he felt frustration and had to go, and it made no sense to us. We're like, it's just another hit piece. And I'll tell you, there were people reluctant to buy your book because they're like, I don't need to read another freaking hit piece. And I've been telling people, I've read the book. This is not a hit piece. You are missing the major opportunity to shift the narrative. This is going to change everything, because this guy is not just Joe Blow. He's worked with law enforcement. He's been in the FBI. He's a journalist, like you say. You've got the credentials finally to say it's not just a fiction writer coming out and writing a book with his opinions about why it happened. You've got access to the files. You've got discovery that we haven't seen, that the public largely hasn't seen. And you talk about it in the book. And I think, to finish your thought, the big thing you said, and I've said this before too, I don't have a dog in the fight. If Kohberger was there, then so be it. What I am convinced of, and I think you are as well in this book, is it didn't happen the way they said it did. That's the, if I were to say anything, your book's like, he may have been involved or not, I don't know, but it didn't happen the way they said it did. And if that means there were multiple perpetrators, or it couldn't have happened the way they said, then somebody guilty might be walking free, and that's not justice. How is it justice for us to just accept an easy answer and let other killers walk free if there's somebody else involved? Would that be fair to say?
Very fair to say. I've said since the beginning, I've said all my life for the most part, justice is the domain of lawyers and courts. And we believe the American justice system is the best in the world, but it doesn't mean it's perfect. People get things wrong, and we can look from Innocence Project we can look at any number of high profile cases. Many people would argue that the OJ case, going back to one of the most famous, had some serious flaws, and they would go both ways. And we can say the same thing about so many of these very well-known and prominent cases. Sometimes they're cold cases, like the John Benet Ramsey case, where they have certain perspectives. Others are wrongful convictions. My point is this, that I believe very strongly in the American justice system. I worked in it. I believe that they're very well intentioned. I'm not a shill for the defense. I'm not blindly law enforcement. I looked at it and say, I really believe in I believe in the system. I believe in the best things about the system. And I think everybody in this case does. I think Ann Taylor believed that when she defended Bryan Kohberger. I think Bill Thompson did that when he prosecuted Bryan Kohberger. I believe the police officers, and I'll say this up front, I think for the most part, the Moscow Police Department, the Idaho State Police, and the FBI did a truly remarkable job. I think that if people, after we talk, I think people will have an idea of the extent of this investigation. And it was absolutely extraordinary. It was comprehensive in ways that people have no clue. I mean, I had no idea until I looked into it, but I have the files now about the reports and the photographs and everything. So I'm not saying anybody did anything wrong. What I think happened in this case is, as happens in many of these cases, is that you have an extraordinary crime committed in a town not used to something like this. And there are all of these conflicting and all of these contradictory forces. There is a media descended from all over the world on this case. And you had, Ann Taylor was certified to defend these cases, but that was not her job. I mean, she was a public defender. And Bill Thompson, with an admirable career, but suddenly to get the biggest case in state history, and Judge Hippler, or an extraordinary career, Judge Hippler, based on my research, and I don't know, but based on my research, I think he's only had one challenged case in all his years on the bench. I mean, he has an extraordinary record. So I look at this and say, I'm not saying at the outset of this book that anyone or any organization or any one entity that it was flawed in any way. It's the process. Somehow in the process, this got very, very badly off track. And that's what we're going to talk about. And I'll say this, this book, in my opinion, this book is unusual in the sense that the spine of this book, 15 chapters, the spine of this book is based on actual documents. I'll say right up front, I spoke with no one. I interviewed no one because my thinking was the investigation had been done contemporaneous with the crimes. What's the point in going back and talking to someone 3 years after the fact and saying he's pled guilty? I didn't see that as the reason of this book. Other books have done that, books that you mentioned previously. They interview family members, they interview people. This is not a book based on emotion or recollection. This is a book based on the case as it was laid out and as you would see it at trial. And it's very different. It's not, I don't know of many books that have attempted to tell a story based on the actual documents.
Yeah, and I think you do have a lengthy discussion in the book with Dr. Turvey, which a lot of people are familiar with him. So when you say you didn't interview anybody, when it's clear you had conversations and you broke down through the evidence with people and then went over it in detail. We're going to get into that. I want to get the elephant out of the room.
I just want to qualify. I'm sorry. Yes, I did. Yeah. I talked to people about it. I did not go back and try to re-interview people 3 years after the fact. That's what I meant.
Yeah. So I want to get the elephant out of the room because people are going to say the true crime community is brutal, right? They're going to say this is another hit piece. Christopher Whitcomb is a former FBI agent. Now here he comes with the whitewash version the FBI wants you to hear. He's their front man. He's a shill. He's going to come out and tell us, hey, they did it all right. Don't worry. We got it, and maybe give us a little nugget here that makes it think like you gave us something. But in the end, you're going to tell us they got it all right. What do you say to the people who say you're just a once a Fed, always a Fed? You're working for the Feds, and this is the Feds' version of the story.
Well, you've read the book, so you know that's not true.
Right.
But I'll say this: I love law enforcement. That love is the wrong word. I respect and have over the course of my life worked in a lot of different cases. Because look, somebody's going to turn up this thing and they're going to say, "I'm that guy in the Waco documentary." Waco American Apocalypse. I was at Waco. I was at Ruby Ridge, Idaho. And now that you can hear the firestorm of people saying, oh, he's this and he's that. And I understand that's the case in the society we live in. But I'll tell you what, I have no social media, really. I think I have some corporate account where, it's a placeholder, but I really haven't had any most of my life. And I don't pay attention to those things. I do these things because I believe in them. If I don't believe where I am in life right now, I've done so many different things that if I believe in something, I do it. If I don't believe in it, whatever. In this case, if I have to be the lightning rod in a discussion among people who really haven't seen anything, I guess so be it. I mean, I'm not going to shy from that. I will say, I'll listen to what you have to say. If you read the book and if you come at me with, if we're talking about something real, I'm happy to discuss it. If you just want to spout off because hatred is easy and that's the way the social media world works, then, knock yourself out. You're not going to bother me.
And I think you're right. If you read the book, this is not a hit piece and this is not a whitewash. And I want to get into the details now. I think.
Well, it's the opposite of a whitewash. It's the opposite. Because this is the first time anybody's ever seen any of this information. So, correct. I mean, nobody could argue. You could criticize this any way you want.
Yeah.
No one, I suspect no one could read this book and think it's a whitewash. You could hit it for various ways. That's not it.
Yeah, and I agree, and I only say that because right off the bat, right, everybody's got their like, okay, this is going to be, I just wanted to kind of get that out of the way because that's what people are going to say. But I think you're right. When they get done with this interview, when they buy the book, and by the way, when you buy the book, if you don't have a copy in your hand at the time this comes out, you're going to be up all night long. Get some fucking coffee because you're going to be here for a long time. This book is riveting, and it's well written, it's well paced, and it's got bombs. Starting with, let's talk about the publisher came out with an excerpt from your book that already has everybody buzzing. Ethan Chapin has a clump of hair in his fist. And already the titles and thumbnails are what the fuck? Like everybody's like, how the hell did that get undisclosed? Like how does that get just written up as debris? So let's kind of start there with that first bomb you drop within pages of the book. Ethan has a clump of hair, and I would go to say further, it's not Brian Kohberger's hair. What does that mean exactly?
What it means, I think, I started the book with a prologue saying, I think it says something to the effect of, most stories don't start at the end, but here we find ourselves at a case, murder that'll never go to trial, something along those lines. And like, why? Who cares? What's the point? But then I go through Bill Thompson's case. In the prologue, this is the first 15 pages probably.
Yeah.
And I look at it and I say, this is what the prosecution has said at trial. We know what the case is. And Brian Kohberger said, yeah, that's right, I did it, right? And I say, well, wait a minute. There's some things in this that I've seen in the file that don't jibe. So I started looking at the various types of evidence. And as you said earlier, this is a 3-pillar prosecution. Most people know that DNA, most people would believe that Brian Kohberger's DNA was found on a knife sheath. Many people would understand that a white car was seen at the scene that was tied to Brian Kohberger. So the white car is a very big part of the case.
Right.
And that the 3rd pillar of the prosecution was cell tower pings, right? Are there other elements? Maybe. Are those the elements Bill Thompson referred to and that most people know? Yes. So I started looking at it and I started going through those pillars individually. 2 of them are fairly easy to poke holes in. The white car, I personally don't think takes a lot of discussion, but we'll come back to that. The cell tower pings, I did 2 things. One, I had access to the cell tower analysis, the team cast, the people on that team, not access in the sense that I talked to them, but access and that I talked to people familiar with the team. And then that left me with the central pillar of this case, which was DNA. So I started looking at the laboratory analysis, all of the reports. Police go, they do a crime scene investigation, they gather evidence. The evidence goes to, in most cases now, to DNA analysis. There were fingerprint analysis, there was other type of analysis. And then it goes to the prosecutor, and the prosecutor decides what to do with that evidence. And it's important that people understand the process. We'll talk about it. For example, you brought up the Fed thing. Murder is not typically a federal crime. The FBI works violations of federal crime. Murder is only FBI jurisdiction under certain circumstances. It has to occur on a government reservation or something like that. The FBI worked this crime from a couple different categories. Actually, the file was titled in Pennsylvania as a 9A matter, which is an extortion case. I'm not sure how it got labeled as that. And there was
I saw that.
Yeah,
I saw that.
So
The word, yeah.
we can talk about, I want to talk details. I don't want to talk generalities. I want to talk details, but we got to get there first, right?
Sure.
And the other one, it was worked there as a police cooperation matter. And that comes down to resources. There's nothing saying that the Moscow Police Department weren't some of the finest investigators in the world. They did a hell of a job for what they had. But they don't have the resources, right? It's a town of 26,000 people or something, Moscow.
Yeah.
And they have a certain number of officers with specific responsibilities that do not include quadruple homicide on a Sunday morning, right? So they went to the Idaho State Police, who have a crime lab, who have seasoned investigators, who have evidence response teams. They have more resources. When the investigation exceeded those resources, they went to the FBI, which we all know spends, $10 billion a year, I think, is their budget. And they have the lab at Quantico, and they have the Critical Incident Response Group, where I worked. They have the Behavioral Assessment Unit, Analysis Unit, BAU4, which handled most of this. VICAP, the Violent Criminal Apprehension Program, when I was in the FBI, I helped start that program and have all those reports. So the point of the story is, I went back and said, what do I see in this case that presents not just red flags, but tsunamis of what the hell's going on here? And one of those that I wrote early on is this. We know, steer me, because I really don't know what's in the public eye. I don't know what's on social media. I don't follow the YouTube. I don't really know. I wanted to shield myself because I don't care about other people's opinions. I wanted to show the facts. Then those people can look at these. So to your original question about Ethan Chapin, everyone knows Ethan Chapin was killed on the second floor bed in Xana's bedroom on the second floor. Photographs have been released. He died in bed, and there are 2 major problems with how and where he died. We'll get to both of them. One of those was that he rolled to his right side, and his right hand fell down between the mattress and the wall. So if we assume he was facing the door when the killer entered, he retreated, fell to the right. Retreated is the wrong word. We'll talk about the mechanism. He rolled to his right, and he died, as we know now, facing the wall on his right side. Okay, this is important. Yes. When he did that, his right hand fell between the mattress and the wall. When police investigated that scene, there's a photograph of the original state that Nunez saw, Officer Nunez saw in the body cam video, which is public now, right? Everybody's seen that?
I don't know that I have seen that one. And it's funny because I've seen so much body cam footage really, but Nunez coming in and discovering the body, I don't know that I have seen that particular footage.
Well, the very first, this crime, unlike any other crime I've seen in a very long time, is documented from the very moment the police arrived and for an hour later. on his body camera footage. I thought that was in the public domain, but we could talk about it.
Yeah,
I think I've
please.
seen it. But anyways, he walks in and he sees all of this is on the body cam video, and all of this is documented during the processing of the crime scene. So Ethan rolled to his right, or Ethan was found lying on his right side with his arm against the wall. His hand was down between the wall and the mattress, and they process the body. When they process any body in a murder situation, they typically bag the hands to retain evidence, uncorrupted evidence of some DNA under somebody's fingernails. You might have blood or tissue under your fingernails. So one of the first things you do in processing a crime scene with the victims is to put paper bags and tape them around the victim's hands. Okay. So we have photographs of that entire process. Then there are photographs of removing the body, of moving. I don't mean to be callous about this. This is a young man. This is a human being. Ethan's body.
Sure.
When they moved him from the bed, and you can see documented in police photographs that his arm is lying down against the frame of the bed. So the mattress, this is all important. The mattress is on a frame. The frame is against the wall, and it's a white wooden frame. So anything on that frame stands out. His hand is clenched kind of like this. It's a fist that has relaxed.
Right.
My interpretation would be it's not an open hand. It's not, he's at autopsy, his hand is like this. And this will be very, very important. So you can see a photograph of his hand where it has fallen down between the wall and the mattress, and it is resting on the white wooden bed frame. You with me?
Yes.
And there are slats that go across. So you can see specifically his hand was found on a specific slat, cross slat, against the long arm of the bed frame. So you can tell with very, very specifically where his hand was, the shape of his hand, and that there was a large pool of dried blood beneath his hand. Okay. Yeah. Most people would say, okay, he was found that way. So I started looking deeper, and I started to realize that when they took the body away, you could still see the bed frame. And I zoomed in on the photograph, and I thought to myself, that's hair. There is a large pool, large meaning, I'm going to say 4 to 5 inch pool of blood that is dried. Within that is a fairly significant clump of human hair. And that, people will say, well, you're not a forensic psychologist or a forensic pathologist. And I would say, you're right, but I do have the lab reports. It says it was, what it was. Yeah. The hair, I would estimate the hair is somewhere between 6 and 8 inches in length. And it is sort of a dark blonde. It is not, it is not Koberger's hair. And I say that not as a generalization, but based on the laboratory reports. So here's where it gets weird. They take the body, they bag the hands, they take it, they process it. And I have in my possession, I haven't sent it to you or anybody else, a picture of his hand at autopsy, which is the same hand and the same shape. And it has a clump of human hair that matches the hair seen in the photograph in his hand. And it was tested for type and for color, but not for DNA. Okay. So, but it gets more compelling than that. So many people now know about a criminologist named Brent Turvey, Dr. Brent Turvey. He was hired by the defense. His report has been made public where he was brought in to analyze things. And I interviewed him for this book. And he provided, some pretty extraordinary information within the constraints of his employment agreement. He could talk about some things and not about others. But he did have a photograph of he was hired much later in the process. So this would have been probably 2.5 years after the crime, just before trial, not long before trial. He went up to Moscow, Idaho, went to the police department, and was given access under disclosure rules, Brady disclosure rules, to look at the evidence. And he found the bed frame in the building that was actually, I believe it was built just for this, to house this evidence. Yeah. And the bed frame was in there, and he was in there with Detective Payne, who everybody knows was the lead investigator for the Moscow Police Department. And they were going through all the evidence. Now, 2.5 years after the fact, going to trial with all the reports and everything done. And he said, essentially, he essentially said, well, what's this? They took the cover off, and it was the bed frame. And he looks at the bed frame, and he looks down at that slat, and he sees the slat where where you can match precisely where Ethan's hand was found on the slat, and there's the same pool of dried blood, and all the hair in the photographs of the crime scene is still there. It was never taken as evidence. It was never taken and or processed as evidence. So police did, in fact, and we have photographs. This is the, I'm mentioning this because we have all the photographs. The entire continuum from when they found the body, matching it to a place on the bed frame, the hair in the autopsy, the analysis by the laboratory of that human hair, and now going back to the evidence 2.5 years after the fact, finding the bed frame, looking at the bed frame, finding the blood stain as depicted in crime scene photographs, and the human hair is, well, I can't say that's human hair because it's never been tested, right? And found it there. Went back to Ann Taylor and said, holy whatever. And then very, very shortly after that, he pled guilty. So it was never tested by anyone. It was never been tested by by either side of the case.
It's mind-blowing on multiple levels. One, how that could not be discovered until weeks before the plea deal. How, when it did get discovered, you still go forward with the plea deal. This seems like exculpatory information all day long and every day. I'm gonna ask the really difficult question. I feel like you can't tell me that when the prosecution's case is going to be built on DNA evidence placing Kohberger at the scene, that if there's anything in there that they think could end up being Kohberger's, they're going to test everything. It's hard for me to believe they didn't test DNA on the hair, decided it wasn't Kohberger's, and then decided to rule it as not relevant because it didn't fit the narrative. It's a multi-part problem because, again, talk me out of this. Ethan didn't go have a fight, rip somebody's hair out, and then go to sleep with his hair in his hand, and then got killed, and it was completely irrelevant. It's totally relevant. It suggests he ripped hair off of his attacker, and that attacker wasn't Brian Kohberger. Does it not? I mean, what?
Well, okay. First of all, I'll say this: you chose to pick this as the first thing we discussed, right? But this is literally a paragraph in the book. I mean, this is maybe a page, a 450-page book. I mean, this is one of, but certainly not the most compelling elements of this case, not even remotely. It just happens to be the first one that you brought up. And I'll say this, I could do certain things in a book. I mean, I don't want to exaggerate, but I would say at least 200,000, I would say probably at least 200,000 exhibits, meaning documents, photographs, videos, databases, data sheets. I have one file that is 8,247 pages long. Now you sit down and read one file that's 8,247 pages, and it gives you an idea of two things. One, the extraordinary extent that law enforcement went to in doing this investigation, and it was extraordinary, and the extraordinary task that Ann Taylor and the defense team had going through all this information. I mean, I spent 6 months of 12-hour days trying to find out what all these things and how they made sense. So it's a big gig, right? So that's a defense of the prosecution, a defense of the defense. It looks at both sides of these things. But coming back to the hair, I'll say this, that I try to be specific as possible because I can say things in this book, and I would say that we're going to talk about so many things, Lee. The purpose in doing a book is it's like a giant jigsaw puzzle of 200,000 pieces. And you've got to say, okay, here are all the pieces, we're going to put them together. You and I can talk about pieces and build clusters, but the reason I did this book was to put them together in some kind of a reasonably pulled together narrative that paints a picture so your viewers, so the people that are interested in justice in this case, can go back and look and say, okay, let me look at this, let me look at that. This encourages inquiry. This encourages the community to get involved in this project because people will find things that I didn't. They'll say, oh, you idiot, Witcomb, you got this wrong. But, oh, my God, this is extraordinary because you got this right, okay? You can't do all those things. However, it is the tip of the iceberg. You in the podcast community, the crime, the amateur sleuths, the true crime people, have extraordinary capabilities. And we know that. I mean, we know some of the people involved in this now are going to take it new places. But my point is, and I don't have any photographs. I don't have any video. I don't have any sound clips. I don't have any of those things in the book because of the nature of the medium. Right. But we're going there. somebody's going to get this and somebody's going to talk about it. And it's just going to be a holy shit after another, if you ask me. So my point in this long spiel is this. I am going to try to be as specific as I humanly can be to avoid confusion and somebody saying Witkum said this and Witkum said that. I'm going to do my very best to be specific. So it comes back to what you said. I'm not alleging that Ethan Chapin pulled hair out of his assailant's head and died with it in his fist. I am going to say that many reasonable people would look at that and say, why do we not know? I'm not saying he pulled the hair from somebody's head. I'm saying it is very compelling that we see the visual evidence that happened, and we would want to know where this hair came from and why we don't know. So that is, and again, this is one page of 440 pages in this book, among hundreds of thousands of things that will be that are part of a larger file. Does that make sense? I'm trying to be as specific as possible.
No, you're right, and I think you were very careful in the book not to even remotely speculate about who could have done it or whatever.
I have no theories. I have no theories. I speculate about nothing, and I do my best not to draw conclusions. Now, do I say things that other people would say that's outrageous? How could this be? I understand that, but I don't say it myself. I show a document. I do feature documents and various primary source documents. I do cite those, but I try not to have theories. And I know there are so many theories in this thing. So I will answer your questions. But when it comes to things like the hair in Ethan's hand, I don't know how it got to his hand. I don't know how it got on the bed. I don't know anything. But I can tell you this by looking at the photographs and by looking at the laboratory reports. No one else knows either.
And fair. I think you said it before. It's maybe the true crime community, the amateur detectives that are getting shamed. We're the ones that are going to. It's a line of inquiry we have that we didn't have before, and so maybe you just say here it is. Go. You give me the answer.
That's what I do.
How the hell did the hair get there? You give me the answer, right?
I say here it is, and look. I try to be fair to investigators who I have great respect for. I'll say it again. I'll say it 1,000 times. I think investigators did an extraordinary job in this case. Extraordinary job. And I think Ann Taylor probably did a good job with the defense, assuming that Brian Koberger not assuming, he did. He pled guilty, right? But I look at this and say, what we'll get to eventually in this conversation, people are going to say, well, then what went wrong? And what went wrong, in my opinion, is that and I talk about this in the book, that once you have a suspect in a law enforcement investigation, human nature dictates that you press that as the one and only, eventually the one and only scenario. And then it becomes, evidence becomes confirmation becomes bias, bias ends up being a problem. And that's why these things go sideways. So I'll say, I'm not alleging anybody did anything wrong. I'm saying out loud, I have seen where this thing may have gotten extremely sideways. And I think that's where we're going to end up.
Okay. I mean, I know that probably we didn't necessarily start where, you were hoping we would start, but again, when the publisher released the page that had the hair and everybody's like, how the fuck, like they're already chomping at the bit. Walk us through the other thing. And I can't remember if it was in the release, if they put this in the release. Hair in Maddie and Kaylee's bed as well. What appears to be hair ripped out and contains roots of the hair as well. Of a hair color that doesn't match either of the victims. I don't think people have heard that as well. And again, without telling us what that means, it's a what the fuck moment. Like how do you explain that?
Again, I've got to go back to the facts of this thing. And first of all, the publisher did not release any pages of this book whatsoever. The publisher, in terms of, a book is like anything else. You buy a car, you go to watch a movie, whatever else, they put whatever money and effort goes in, they try to sell the book, right? So there's a site, and I think this came for, what's it called? Books for Looks or something like that. There's a site which is largely a marketing thing where the publisher of any book, like HarperCollins probably put out 15 or 20,000 books last year, and you make a book, you get to sell it. So they send it to a site where you or media can look at it and get an idea of what it's about. So if you are Amazon, if you are Barnes & Noble, if you are Walmart, if you are any of these sites, Books A Million or whatever the case is, you can go and say, what's this book? And you could look and get a synopsis. So I believe that's where people, like, I didn't even know this until you told me this morning. right? I didn't even know this was out there. But the publisher did not release any part of this book, the prologue or the first chapter or anything else. It just, somebody found that site, and somebody, apparently, from what you say, somebody put it online. So
I'll tell you where it is. Amazon.com is the one that put a read a sample of this link to it. And so I think Amazon has the
they must have got
right
it from
to,
that.
Yeah. So Amazon is the one that kind of put that out there. So
well, so all I did was in the prologue, all my books have prologues. I just like that format. In the prologue, all I did was go through the Judge Hippler's change of plea hearing, and I looked at the change of plea hearing, and I used that to summarize where we are. No trial. He's pleaded guilty to the murders. We accept all these things. But Bill Thompson stood up in court and said, Judge Hippler said, the state would have had to have proved beyond a reasonable doubt that this happened at this time to these people, right? That's the way it goes. Bill Thompson stood up and he said, as you just summarized, if it had gone to trial, this would have been the presentation of our case. And he hung it on three things: DNA on a knife sheath, the white car, and the cell tower pings. Fair enough?
Yeah.
Never was a trial, and there are no objections. So many people, I hate to get into the weeds on this, but in many states, in many crimes, a defendant can take an Alford plea, nolo contendere, basically saying, I'm not pleading guilty, but I accept that the facts presented in the case would warrant guilt, right? It's the Alford plea. A lot of people know about this.
In Idaho,
that was not an option for him in this case. It was not an option for him. So he and Ann Taylor and his team could not stand up in court when Bill Thompson read his summary, his narrative. He could not stand up and object to anything. But I looked at it and I thought to myself, wait a minute, I don't see this or I don't see that. Therefore, let's look deeper. And let's us look deeper, meaning the reader and meaning you and me and people that are going to watch this right now. That's where it goes. So in that prologue, and I do mention the foundation of doubt that I go back into during the course of the book, and the hair was one of those things.
And it's a huge one. And again, I understand that you don't want to.
It's definitely
speculate.
not the biggest one. It's not even close to the biggest one.
What do you think is if you were to say, what is the biggest misconception the public has that your book revealed as the biggest thing that the public doesn't realize it's not what they thought it was?
Well, I don't know what the public would think. Like I say, I live a very secluded life, I suppose, as a writer. I like writing books. I don't like paying attention to what's going on online. But I'll say the thing that shocked me the most is a Frank's hearing transcript from the very end of the case before it went to trial, where Ann Taylor asks Brett Payne in this hearing if the FBI ever told him that Brian Koberger's DNA was found on the knife sheath. And he said, and you can read it, he said no.
Right.
And she said, what? And he said, she didn't exactly say what, but again, I'm trying to be very accurate. You can read it, right?
Yes.
But she said, what did they tell you? And he, the lead investigator in this case, among many other things, is a 175-page document, this transcript, right? But among other things, he said the FBI told him that the DNA evidence found on the knife sheath, and I think I am quoting here, should be considered nothing more than a tip.
Right.
Now, how do we get from a few human cells found on a knife sheath, and it goes downhill from, the chain of custody form and the things that I'm going to start mentioning?
Yes.
This is a major problem that would have arisen in the prosecution of this case if it had gone to trial. What people think they know about the knife sheath, its placement, the chain of custody, and the laboratory analysis, this lab in Texas, the way it got the investigative genetic genealogy, STR SNPs versus STR DNA analysis, what those things do. The DNA aspect of this thing is extraordinarily complex, but it boils down to this. The lead detective in this case says the FBI never said that Brian Koberger's DNA was on the knife sheath, and they should treat that evidence as nothing more than a tip. And I'm as specific as I can be, so when people read this, they will not say I'm exaggerating. When I saw that, because I would consider the DNA, Brian Koberger's DNA being found on the knife sheath, commonly accepted truth about this case. When I started looking deeper based on that is what I would call the biggest revelation that I had in looking into this.
And I'm glad you mentioned it, because I've tried to point that out to people on my show. I said, they're using very clever words. They never said they had his DNA. And in fact,
most people believe that.
Right. And it drives me nuts, because the public thinks he was convicted because he had no choice. They had his DNA at the scene. And I said, they never were going to, I believe it. They were never going to present that DNA evidence at trial, because it wouldn't stand up. They knew it was horrible. In my opinion, they weren't going to present it. They even said, we don't need to show you how we developed the profile, because we've got enough circumstantial evidence to do this. They weren't going to show the DNA. And yet the public thinks they convicted him because they had his DNA.
I'm not an attorney. I've testified in many trials, death penalty convictions, one a serial killer named Oscar Ray Bolin, who was actually executed. I'm not saying I know it all. I'm saying I've been through this process numerous times. I've been, I understand what goes wrong in a criminal prosecution and what you strive for. And I will say, and I go into this in great detail in this book, that there are problems I would consider so profound with that evidence by itself, independent of whatever the FBI found, that it will shock people. It shocked me. And one of those things is, many people may know that the knife sheath was taken and sent to the Idaho State Police Crime Lab. They didn't have the resources to do certain things. Very, very capable crime lab. They didn't have the resources to do certain things. So they had contracted with a laboratory in Texas called Othram Laboratories. Or just Othram. I'm trying to be as specific as possible. The evidence went to the Othram labs, and the Othram labs did an investigative genetic genealogy search on this thing, and that didn't go very well. And that's a big deal. The way what happened with that's a big deal. But here's the problem. Chain of custody in a criminal investigation is tantamount to, it's a very, very important part of an investigation. If you pick up a piece of evidence at a scene, you have to show that it went from that place where you found it to analysis to be used, information to be used in a prosecution, right? We all know that. The chain of custody, without a chain of custody, the defense can come back and say, well, we don't know where that went. It could have gone to, you could have gone to your backyard. Somebody could have touched it. There's no way to go. Chain of custody is taught at every police academy or every investigative course. Certainly, because it's a foundation of the admissibility of the evidence. In this case, and I sent you a photograph of it, and it might be, I think this might already be in the public eye. I don't know that anybody.
I don't think it is. Are you talking about the evidence tag on the
well, there are two things. Two things everybody sees now, and I talk about this in the book, so I might as well bring it up. But one element, and again, I mean, this whole thing is 10 pages in a 440-page book. But we now know, I found that when the Idaho State Police went on a Moscow Police Department search warrant on the 13th, they went back to the house with a search warrant. Officer Nunez got a search warrant, filed an affidavit, got a search warrant. When they went back to the house, the Idaho State Police came in and did the crime scene investigation. When they did that, the detectives went to the third floor into Maddie's bedroom, and that's where they found the the tan-colored leather K-bar knife sheath, right?
Right.
His handwritten evidence recovery form, it's a standard form, but everything is handwritten. So you pick up the knife and you place it in an evidence bag and you write down, and it says, and I think you may have it in front of you, I don't know, but it says that it was found on the floor next to victim number 3, and it identifies victim number 3 as Maddie Mogan. So could it be a typo where he said found on floor number 3 next to the victim? Maybe. I mean, we have to ask him. But what it says, contemporaneous with seizure of the evidence, it says in handwritten form that item, number 14, K-bar knife sheath, found on floor next to victim number 3, and victim number 3 is identified just beneath that as Kaylee, as Maddie Mogan. So then you say, well, wait a minute. And here's where we come back to Turvey. So I asked Turvey about it, and because that's where he first came in. And I said, okay, maybe it's a typo, but then you look at things like Officer Nunez on his body cam video when he walks into the room. Officer Warner walks around the edge of the bed, walks up to the edge of the bed with his flashlight, and he's looking at Kaylee, he's looking at Maddie, and then he looks down at the floor. He never looks at where you would think the knife would be based on photographs. Yeah. And then he leaves, and then Officer Nunez comes in, and he does the exact same thing. He looks down he looks at the floor, he looks around everywhere with his flashlight. Now, they would have been standing within within 12 inches at the most. I mean, you know, it's all in camera. Neither of them ever mentioned seeing a knife sheath anywhere in the room. You can't see it in the body camera video, and it's there. Turvey looks at it and says, well, wait a minute. The knife was found upside down in the bed, underneath Maddie's thigh, underneath the comforter, but on top of dried blood. So this is his opinion, not mine, or this is his analysis, not mine. It's not an opinion. He always yells at me for that. His analysis was, how did a knife sheath end up in the bed? And it's a porous leather knife sheath, end up in the bed underneath the blanket or the comforter, the tan comforter, on top of dried blood in the sheets. How did not transfer. So I'm not saying these are answers. I'm saying these are questions where you'd step back and say, wait a minute, what? The next one is that when the knife sheath was taken from the scene, placed in a bag, and I have a photograph of the bag it was originally placed in and sealed up, and I have the documents of where it was transferred. It had no chain of custody form affixed to the bag, and I mean zero.
That's insane. That's insane.
But then the crime lab said essentially, and I'll paraphrase. I don't want to get. I want to be specific without saying something that's incorrect. The law enforcement analysis mechanism had a problem with that, so they said we've got to have a chain of custody form. So a chain of custody form was affixed, and there are 7 names on it. And if anybody can see this picture, but if you look at it, all 7 names are. And now this was placed on the bag long after it left the scene, and this form has 7 names on it, or it has 7 switches. Some are initials. There it is, right there. Okay, if you blow that up, if you can blow it up, I'm not even going to say it. I would just ask the viewer to look at that and look at the pen and look at the handwriting. A chain of custody says that if I have a knife sheath and I hand it to you, I sign on it and I say that it goes to you, then you say that you accept it. So it's from me on the left, it goes to you, and that's your name on the right, and it has the date. We can all see that, right?
Yep.
When you zoom in, I would ask, I'm not even going to say it, I would ask you, an observer, to look if there's anything unusual about the pen and the handwriting.
Yeah, and I know where you're going with it, because it looks like all the same handwriting on every single line. Like it doesn't. If these are in-out things of transfer of the property, you should have different people signing off on it. It looks that's the law. I mean, that's what you have to do. Yeah. And I remember, here's the thing that kills me about this photo and about this whole, it's funny because we got sidetracked because we were talking about multiple perps and now we're on evidence handling, but I will tell you that's fine. Let's just stay with this because there's so many bombs in this book. I don't even know how to stay on track.
Yeah, you can't, there is no track. I mean, it's hard writing it into a book, but there are so many things. We're just touching the.
I remember reading in the Idaho documents where they were listing chain of custody problems. They said, hey, we received the following items. Problem is this was received without an evidence tag. This was received without what looks like somebody had unsealed the evidence tag. This had a missing signature. And so they went and fixed it. And I said, well, wait a minute. We in the public need to know what items that were. Because if that was the critical piece of information, if that was, say, the knife sheath and we couldn't tell from it, then you've got a major problem. You've got no chain of custody on the most fundamental piece of evidence in this case, the only piece of evidence in the entire house that has Brian Kohberger's DNA as the public thinks.
Anybody that would say, well, that's some other piece of evidence, it says right in the middle of it, knife sheath. There's only one knife sheath recovered, and there are physical reports filed. For example, this particular report for the seizure of the item, where it was seized on November 13th, contemporaneous with the crimes, like what, 6, 7, 8 o'clock at night or something. During the initial, the knife sheath was seized, was placed in that bag, and then it was moved from there. And I'm not even going to go into that. That's another situation by itself. But that was affixed to that sometime considerably later. But just as an example, the person that the person that sees the evidence and filled out the handwritten form, that particular law enforcement official did not file that report. I think it was December 6th. It was about 3 weeks later before the report was filed. So
It's a major
reports are
problem.
filed in a timely manner for good reason. Now, did he get busy? I'm sure he got busy, and I'm sure there are various things. Why he did those things, whatever was going on, those things don't matter to me. What matters to me is this. If that knife sheath had turned up at trial knowing what we know now, it would have been an obvious challenge by the defense to say, this is a falsification. They would allege, I'm not saying it was, I'm saying the defense would allege that this is a falsification of evidence because this chain of custody was not filled out by the people that were supposed to. It was affixed after the fact, covering up the fact that nobody knows where that thing was from the scene until that was affixed to it, right? I'm not saying that's the case. I'm saying that is what a defense attorney would do, and many times the defense attorney would have a whole lot of success. So before we even get to the DNA, before we even get to the treatment of the sheath itself, as an item of evidence, it seems obvious to me, and attorneys that I've talked to, I've asked them about it, and they just shake their head. And it's two things. One, I talk about this book. Not only is it completely plausible that the evidence would be suppressed because of the falsification of the chain of custody, the apparent, what appears to me to be a chain of custody that was filled out by one person. Not only that, but there's a Giglio rule in many of your clients will know the Giglio rule that you can exclude testimony from one or people that are involved in some kind of a falsehood. So if the defense proved that this was, they would bring a person to the stand and they would say, did you fill out this form under oath? And they would say, yes, I did it for whatever reason. The attorney would say, you falsified, the defense attorney would say, you falsified this evidence. And not only is the evidence no longer acceptable, but anything is the fruit of a poison tree. Nobody that was involved with that could testify without being identified in this Giglio list of potentially corrupted witnesses. So it wouldn't have just, it would not have just involved the knife sheath or the person that filled out the chain of custody, but all of the people that allowed that to happen. So what I'm saying is, I'm not making a point about a gross injustice by the Moscow Police Department or the Idaho State Police. What I'm saying is the defense in all criminal cases look for ways to poke holes in the evidence and the testimony. And based on my experience in law enforcement and based on talking to many, many attorneys, based on talking to more than 3 attorneys, so I don't want to exaggerate, there is a significant problem in the admissibility of the knife sheath, which means a significant potential problem in the admissibility of the DNA before we get to Othram Labs or before we get to what Payne told us about what the FBI said was not there. All meaning this, that if we the taxpayer, if we the public, if we the potential jury pool, we could all end up on a jury pool, right? So we all look at these cases saying what goes on here. If we all look at this, we could all agree that we didn't know about, very few of us knew about any of these issues. And in fact, the defense didn't know about this until the very end either. And I know that because I've talked to experts who found it at the end. This was not found until very shortly before the plea also.
I'm curious about that because the reason I'm curious is because Ann Taylor was trying to file Brady Giglio issues early in the investigation, but we weren't 100% sure what she was. And it seemed like Hippler just wasn't going to allow a hearing on certain Brady or Giglio things. But it wasn't the evidence tag, you're saying, because she didn't even know about this evidence tag issue until late in the game?
It was late in the game. And I'll say this. I mean, Ann Taylor did what defense attorneys do, and she did the best she could to try and defend her client, in this case, Brian Koberger, right? But if you look through the hearings, or excuse me, you have motions in limine, and we have lawyers among us. I'm not a lawyer, but legal terms, if you ever present a court case or you're an investigator or whatever else, you get used to this stuff. There are certain basic terms, and discovery is one. Brady versus Maryland is a landmark decision that says the prosecution has to give all its evidence to the defense, exculpatory or otherwise. That's why we have this massive file that was handed to Ann Taylor by Bill Thompson's office, right? That's one, Brady disclosure. The Giglio rule, which is a means for the defense to challenge and to remedy potential violations by law enforcement investigators, witnesses, things like that. That's a whole separate thing, Giglio. A Franks hearing, and it's not Franks apostrophe S, that's another court case, I assume a Supreme Court ruling that allows exclusion of certain evidence. But Ann Taylor's office went after things that many people might not know. Like Ann Taylor filed a motion saying that Bill Thompson's office could not refer to Brian Kohberger as a psychopath.
Right.
So you look at that and say, well, okay, whatever. Couldn't refer to bushy eyebrows. You couldn't refer to this and you couldn't refer to that. So Judge Hippler did hear all these motions, and there were many, many, many of them. And he ruled along the way. And like I say, Judge Hippler has a pretty extraordinary record as a judge in his career. I'm not going to second guess a single one of his decisions, but I will say he was fairly consistent in shooting down Ann Taylor's motions. So where did this one particular motion about the chain of custody? I don't know that it was ever challenged. It may have been. I've not seen the document when she challenges it, because there are so many. So you say these have been revealed over time. There are so many. I don't remember if this was one of them or not.
Well, it seems like you've already said, some of the hair evidence wasn't known until weeks before the plea. The evidence handling on the tag, and therefore, like you said, it's a domino effect. If an officer involved in that, let's say, manipulation of the evidence tag after the fact because it wasn't properly tagged, that could taint their entire testimony on everything, because it shows
everybody on that
violation. Right.
Because a defense attorney. Okay. Again, I'm not an attorney, but you should bring one on to talk about this. I'm going to talk. I'm doing another podcast with some attorneys to talk about this. But I will say that any defense attorney is looking for any hole they can poke in the prosecution's case, right? Fair enough. Everybody knows that, right? If you can go and challenge the chain of custody on evidence this important, it's not just the person that filled out the form. It's every single person on that form that allowed that to happen. And this form is a who's who of investigators in this case. And if that's the case, then they carry, for the rest of their career, they carry a Giglio designation. I'm not saying they would have. I'm not saying that would have been the ruling. I am saying that a defense attorney, no matter how good they are, would certainly think about trying that. We won't know because it didn't go to trial. But that would certainly would be considered an issue for lawyers watching this right now, for law enforcement officials, and for people that have been accused of crimes. This is a very widely known problem that is often exploited by defense attorneys with prosecution cases.
Yeah, I just feel, I've always felt if it had gone to a jury and a jury had seen the problems with the evidence handling and the problems with the misleading the public by clever wording and to make it look like it's saying something that it wasn't saying, that it would have, I feel it would have fallen under examination, and people would have said, well, wait a minute. You can't definitively say his DNA is at the house. The chain of custody is broken. So what are you left with? Circumstantial evidence that maybe suspect vehicle one. And look, even Ann Taylor argued it's for the jury to decide if that's the same vehicle going past in the house on all those videos. You keep calling it suspect vehicle one over and over again, but it's for the jury to decide if that's even the same car that's driving around. I drove that neighborhood just recently, and there's fucking 12 white Hyundai Elantra looking cars in the neighborhood parked there. They're everywhere. It's a dime a dozen cars that look.
Look,
like
I have a list. When the white car is another thing. Like 2 hours is not enough time to talk about this. But I'll say, again, this book is 440 pages. We've just covered 7 pages, right? I mean, right? You've read this book. I'm not lying.
Right. I know.
But
I told you we wouldn't be able to do it.
Let's just really quickly get to this, because I really want to launch this. I really want to launch various things where people get involved in this. You read it in the book, and people will take this under their wing and they'll run with it. The white car is an issue for many, many different reasons, including Molly McMichael's testimony, or what she gave in the police report, saying she saw the guy in the car driving by the house while she was standing outside, and the police said, no, it was a different color. It couldn't have been Kohberger because he had light brown hair. And there are many problems that we could talk about. And that's an interesting element. The Molly McMichael thing is a really, really interesting story that we 100%. Can get into if you want. However, here's one thing that's going to come out of this book that I think could be very compelling. everybody knows the 1112. I call it ring camera video, whatever the device was. We think of it as a ring cam generically.
Yeah. Right.
We all know that the dog barks. We believe we hear the woman screaming. We believe we hear a loud thud at 4:17:35 or something like that mark, right?
Yeah.
So that we most of the prosecution narrative says something's going on at 4:17:35, and then about 2.5, 3 minutes later, we see the white car race away. Fair enough?
Right.
Okay.
Right. Yep.
That's it. And everybody put that away. So we know we have the Linda Lane video. I want to get into as many details as I can because there are so many elements of this story. So many.
Yes.
So you have the 1112 video. You have the Linda Lane video, what's referred to as Linda Lane, and then you have the dumpster video, which shows what goes up Taylor Road. Okay.
Yes.
Now, some people know about this, but I think many people don't know what's really going on. At 4:20, I've got to check it. I think it's 4:24:10 or something like that. You see somebody walk in the Linda Lane video. You see a person walk out to a very boxy SUV that is parked nose in toward the camera. Almost all of you know what I'm talking about. Almost everybody knows what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
And you see a person walking, and I don't want to be. I'm not insinuating or implying, but a single person walks from the direction of 1122 to the back of the SUV wearing a backpack. They open the back of the thing, the lights come on, they do something at the back, they put the tailgate down, they come around to the driver's side, and when they do, they're not wearing a backpack. So we might deduce that they place the backpack in the back of the SUV. Now this is what? 3.5, this is 4 or 5 minutes after the white car races away. Okay. We see it on the Linda Lane video. It pulls, backs out, drives away. And there's one thing very unusual about it. It's very loud. You look at all the other hours and hours and hours of video, it's much louder than any other vehicle.
Right.
The sound signature. Okay.
Distinctive. Yeah.
So you can tell, like, I think it's a Ford Expedition, or I haven't gotten into great detail, but it would be easy to figure out what this thing is, right? Backs out, drives down. Then we see it go by 10, 15, 20 seconds later, whatever it is. We see it go by 1112. You hear the sound signature. You see it's the same vehicle. It drives down, turns right, and goes and disappears to the right, just like the white car, right?
Yeah.
But the white car turned left and went up to Walenta, and you can see the headlights going back up the other way. You go back to the dumpster video, and you can see that vehicle going Taylor Road. It goes, so you see it on 3 different videos. If you follow the video out, it goes down Taylor Road. 3 minutes later, 3.5 minutes later, it comes back, and you see it come back down Taylor Road. You see it in the 1112 video, turn left, come back up the hill toward the house. But instead of going back up to its parking spot in front of the Linda Lane camera where we saw it, it stops. And it stops behind the field of view for the 112 camera. Right. So you can't tell visually where it is, but it's so loud and it has a distinctive signature at 4:27, 4:29 in the morning. You can tell that it stops because it's rumbling. And then when it takes off under load, it gets louder. So it sounds like it's maybe turning around or something, but you can hear the engine. I'm not going to describe it. Everybody can listen to it. And then it stops. And the dog's going nuts. And then it stops, and then there's a little bit of a quiet, and then it sounds like a door closing. That's what it sounds like to me. I try not to have theories, but that's what it sounds like to me. So you go, okay, so this thing took off and it came back. It left several minutes after the white car. It came back 3.5 minutes later. Where did it go? At 4:30 in the morning. Why did it go up Taylor Road and come back? And why would it stop in front of the house? And why would it park in front of the house? And why would they get out and close the door? The engine clearly shuts down. Clearly. Yeah. So they clearly parked there. And I'll stop it right here to say that there's another investigation that I've seen somewhere where this was identified as an SUV, and that some online investigators had tied to a specific SUV that parked in front of that building, and it was thought to be that truck. The reality of it is, all you have to do is look at the videotape. I'm not even going to say this is what happened. You see one vehicle leave. You see that vehicle on 3 different cameras, Linda Lane, 1112, and a dumpster video. You see it come back 3.5, 4 minutes later. The times are going to be off, but very close. Comes back, and the engine stops based on the sound in direct proximity between the back of 1112 and I'm saying the parking lot or right in front of 1122. Okay.
Yeah.
That's at 4:30. That's at 4:30 in the morning. There are 2 separate people that I've read the reports where police interviewed 2 different people that said this loud SUV came by. I've never heard it before. Blah blah blah, and that's all well documented. But here's where it gets kind of crazy. That vehicle was parked in a specific spot that you can see in the Linda Lane video. It comes back 2 hours later at 6:30 in the morning, and it parks in the original parking spot. And somebody gets out of the driver's side door without the backpack and walks back the way they came in front of what's that? What are those apartments right there in the front? It's there's no door. There's no door.
There's the whites and the queens, but it's not. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Yes.
Yeah.
There's no door on that side of the road. So they walk out and they walk down that road. So they walk down the road back toward 1122. If they were going into that building has no door. So what I think what people don't know, I think a lot of people have seen the video at Linda Lane of an SUV that leaves at 4:25, 5 minutes after the white car. They may have seen the video where it turns right and goes down Taylor Road, and you can see it on the dumpster video. They may have waited to watch it come back 4 minutes later, 3 minutes later, whatever it was, and come back up on the 112 camera. But to the best of my knowledge, nobody realizes that for whatever reason, they left at 4:30 in the morning, 4:25. They parked at the house at 4:30 in the morning. And then 2 hours later, for whatever reason, at 6:30 in the morning, they go back, get in that SUV, and they drive back to the original parking spot, the same parking spot, and they park the vehicle. And they get up and they walk back down that way. Does it mean anything in particular? No. Does it prompt me to say, what the hell? Yes, it does.
Yeah, like I know you want to avoid saying what I'm thinking, which is cleanup crew. There's that you go in.
Okay, let's go there.
I know you don't want to specifically say that, but yeah, let's talk about evidence that the scene was cleaned up. It like I said, we're all over the place because I still think we have unanswered questions about the motive, the ways that the victims were killed. Does it indicate more than 2 different groups of killers? Because your book addresses wounds on the girls that may be different, the posing of the bodies, which may suggest something different. That's a whole shitstorm if there's 2 people killing on 2 floors at the same time. But you go in, like you said, maybe let's talk about the cleanup, because if there's a cleanup crew, because there's evidence in that main common room that something happened in the main common room. And we can't explain a lot of the evidence, and things look like they've been wiped down. Blood has been diluted. You talk about furniture being moved or White Claw box being moved over top of stains that the public has never heard about. What leads you to believe that something happened in the common room, and what do you conclude by things being moved, like the ping pong table and the White Claw box and stuff like that? Get into that for us.
Okay, again, I try my best not to have any theories. I present these things like the SUV. Does that evidence of a cleanup? Hell no. Is it odd that a vehicle would leave at that time, come back, park, and is it compelling to find out? Do I want to find out what happened? Yes, I do. But I don't have time to deal with that in the book. I'm hoping somebody will take that and run with it. I do have a document that shows every vehicle registered to a student at the University of Idaho at that time. So every vehicle registered to that address, to that parking lot, we could go. So could we find out whose vehicle it is? Yeah, very, very easily. I know
people who can do that.
Yeah. So but that's what I want this book to be. I want people to say, I don't give a shit what Witcom says. I want to know what he found that I can find out, because we have so many talented people now working in the true crime community that could take this place. I don't do the database research and mining algorithms, all of that. So anyways, let's get back to what you said. A compelling element of this case is the crime scene itself, right? Everybody's looked at every case, looks at the forensic evidence. I'm talking about physical forensic evaluation of evidence found at a crime scene. We can all agree I believe we can all agree on one thing. The Maddie and Kaylee were killed in Maddie's bedroom on the 3rd floor. That's pretty widely accepted. Fair enough?
Yeah.
Bill Thompson says it. You know, that's where we're at. That crime scene, many of those crime scenes photographs have been disclosed to the public. I believe I've seen all of them. I've seen many thousands of them in minute detail over time with graphs on the wall and everything else. That crime scene looks like a crime scene. You have blood spatter, you have mechanism of injury. We can track that to the autopsy reports. I could tell you horrific details. I won't because God bless those poor people. Such a horrible thing, and their families and the survivors. I hate even bringing up mention of these things, but we'll talk about the scene itself. But I can say within the door on the 3rd floor, the threshold of the door inside, everything looks like a crime scene. When you go outside the threshold of that door, meaning there's blood everywhere, you go outside of the threshold of that door, there's nothing on any floor leading down to the 2nd floor, the stairs, the cut back stairs. You go to Kaylee's room, turn left, go down the stairs, cut back, and end up at Dylan's at the bottom of the stairs, right? There's nothing anywhere on the floor outside the room. There is blood transfer on the walls. Police found blood from the crime scene because the killer, one would have to assume, was covered in blood because I don't see how it's not possible, otherwise possible. Walks out, touches the walls, touches the door frame, touches the door itself, touches the banister going down the stairs, touches the far side of the banister, or not the banister, the shelf on the left-hand side and the right-hand side, and tracks blood from the 3rd floor down to the 2nd floor. You with me so far?
Yeah.
The prosecution narrative, in general terms, maybe in great detail terms, but everybody's assumption is that the killer encountered Xana at the bottom of the stairs and attacked her all the way to her room where she was found murdered on the floor with Ethan. Okay.
Right.
There's not much of nobody really argues that. What I have now is I have a report prepared for the prosecution. Okay. Like I say, you say, oh, you're a shill for the defense or whatever else. You're a Fed, or you say whatever you want. I have the prosecution's forensic analysis done by a woman named Paulette Sutton, which I believe is public now.
Yes.
Many people would read that report, but they don't really understand what she's saying. Maybe they do, but they don't know what to do with it. But it says this. It says that Xana was attacked at the bottom of the stairs and that she ran across the living room, which is where the beer pong table is, and all the photographs. And many, many of these photographs are online. Everybody knows what it looked like now, right? The beer pong table was in front of the door leading from the bottom of the staircase, Dylan's door on the right, kitchen on the left. It goes up a little 6-inch step right there, goes through the beer pong table, turns left, and goes down the hallway to her room, right? Yeah. Paulette Sutton's report shows, I don't know the number, but I would say it far exceeds a dozen. It's a significant number of blood transfers, and blood transfers can be cast off, it can be spatter, it can be smudges where somebody touches it. And if you look at her report, you will see that all of the blood in the 3rd floor bedroom and inside the 2nd floor bedroom with Ethan and Xana, none of that blood is diluted in any way. It looks like a crime scene, as people might imagine. From the bottom of the staircase landing through the living room, turning left down the hallway, there's blood everywhere. There's blood on the beer pong table. There is blood on the knee wall on the far side of the beer pong table. There is blood on the walls on the far side of the staircase. There's blood turning left down the hallway. There's blood by that little console, that little chrome brass-looking console. There is blood on the molding on the floor. There's blood on the hallways getting to Xana's room, and there's blood on the door. There is zero blood anywhere on the floor. They never found a single drop of blood on the floor. And Paulette Sutton's report, now she's the expert hired by the prosecution. This was going to go to trial, right? This is the prosecution's expert witness. She says in her report, all of those blood stains were tracked to 4 people. They were tracked to Kaylee and Maddie, meaning the blood was transferred from the 3rd floor. She says these people will never, they had a bloodletting injury on the 3rd floor. They never left that room. Therefore, her words, therefore the blood was transferred from that room downstairs. Okay. Then it was transferred across there into the bedroom. Once it's inside the bedroom, it's the same thing. It's carnage. It's a nightmare of blood. Somehow, Kaylee's and Maddie's blood were found on various parts of that common area of the second floor, the living room.
Right.
And all of it in her report, in each case, I should say, in each case except for one, which we're going to come back to, in each case except for one, the blood was diluted with an unknown substance, and that's in quotations, right? Blood was diluted with an unknown substance. Some of that blood was determined to be Xana's blood, and some of that blood was determined to be Ethan's blood, and we're going to come back to Ethan. Somehow, it was diluted with an unknown substance. So the initial question would be, what would that mean? What's she talking about? And I would say, you look at the photographs. You look at Officer Nunez's body cam. You look at the crime scene photographs. You look at the analysis. You look at anything you want to look at. You can't see any blood on the walls. You can't see much of any blood on the walls unless you look very, very closely. And when you do, it's different for this reason. Blood is viscous. It is red. And it has mass upon which gravity can act. So when you take any viscous substance, and you could use anything, diluted ketchup or whatever, and you spray it on the wall, it hits, and because it has mass, gravity pulls on its mass, and it leaves a trail.
Yep.
I'm not surprising anyone with this, right?
Nope.
When it runs out of steam, based on the coherence to the porous surface, which in this case is a wall, the sheetrock, when the weight of the fluid itself, when gravity exceeds the pull, or when it defeats the pull of gravity on it, it stops and it forms a drop. That drop dries. And the characteristics of a stain like that is it has geometry. It has color. It fades to the drop itself, but it has geometry. The edges dry, and a drop at the bottom dries, right? No surprises here, right?
Correct.
So if it's diluted, blood is viscous and it falls at a certain rate, all calculable, all done with 1 million forensic studies over time. If you use water instead, it will go much further because it doesn't have the same texture. It doesn't have the same thickness, the same viscosity, right? When you look at these blood stains, the vast majority of them have none of those characteristics. So you look at blood stain on the molding by a floor in the third floor or in the second floor, and it looks like a blood stain. It's blood. It has dimension. It cracks because it dries and it pulls apart. It looks like a blood stain. You see the same stains in the common areas of the second floor. None of them, the vast majority do not have those characteristics. So when she says they were diluted with an unknown substance, other people would allege that they were wiped off with water.
Right.
And if you look at them, you don't have to be a forensic scientist to say, does this blood on the third floor bedroom, does this blood on the second floor bedroom look exactly the same? Yes. Does this look anything like the common areas of the second floor? No. Why? Because something had to interact with that. Paulette Sutton in her report says Kaylee was punched in the mouth and somehow the saliva in her mouth diluted all those blood stains. But it's Kaylee's blood. It's Maddie's blood. It's Xana's blood. Xana was injured, was killed in that room and never came back out. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
I would say it's kind of funny because, again, there's a lot of really, really clever wordplay. I would say Sutton said that the dilution would be consistent with saliva, right? So she's not saying it was done because of saliva or Xana's snot or whatever, you want to get,
Yeah, she's saying it's a plausible.
She's saying, right. She's saying it would be consistent with that kind of thing. And there's many people who say that's bullshit. That's not how that got diluted. Like I said, for many of us, it had to have been wiped down.
It had to be wiped down. You cannot look at you say whatever you want about diluted with an unknown substance. This is a laboratory finding, right? This is not an assessment, visual assessment. This is a laboratory finding that it was diluted. So people would say, well, what diluted it? And why was Xana's blood diluted in the common areas of the second floor, but not diluted in her bedroom where she died and there's blood everywhere? Well, how did Kaylee and Maddie's blood, how was it not diluted in the third floor and it somehow became diluted at the bottom of the stairs moving through the common areas of the second floor? One option would be the killer cleaned up. The killer did not go in the bathroom on the third floor and clean up. I mean, that's been very widely analyzed by the prosecution. So again, I'm talking about something that I make better sense of, I hope, more analytically in the book, but it's
sure.
one of those issues, but it's just one, because here's the next issue. And I think very few people don't know this. You can reconstruct what the place looked like at night, because many of the lights, the mood lighting, now that everybody's seen the photographs, those were not light switches. They were plugged in, they stayed on, somebody would have to turn them on and off. And so Dylan, when she went downstairs at that time, never went back upstairs until Hunter Johnson arrived, at least according to all the statements, right? So we can agree, I believe, that the lighting on the second and third, at least on the common areas of the second floor, was probably the same at the time of the killings as it was when police arrived. Because ostensibly, based on all the testimony or all the witness statements, nobody ever went back upstairs to turn on or off any lights. Fair enough?
Yeah.
So
right.
Whatever happened on the common areas of the second floor was well lit, very well lit, broadly lit. I bring it up for this reason. There is a roughly 3 by 5 foot plastic table, folding table, right in the middle of this carnage. And if you look at Paulette Sutton's report, or if you look at Dr. Brent Turvey's report, which is also widely available now, you can find these things very clearly from the photographs. This is all documented in photographs. I don't have access. I don't have exclusive access to any of this. If you look at the blood spatter on the knee wall at the far end of the beer pong table, and you look at the
will this help for
yes,
for
okay, thank you so much.
Visual?
Okay, beautiful. Okay, so let's just look at this room right now. So you see the door on the left going to the kitchen, to the staircase. You see the space on the right, and you see the table in the middle, okay? First thing that seems obvious is the cups on the right, the cups on the left are displaced, the cups on the right are not displaced, and there is a space to go to the right, down to Xana's bedroom, and there's a space to get to the door. This photograph is really misleading, because if you look at other photographs, and if you look at if you look at Officer Nunez's body camera video, you can see that space is probably about 18 inches wide, because Officer Warner and Officer Nunez and other people that go through there, you have to turn sideways to get through that space, right? So the obvious question would be, why would somebody place a beer pong table between the kitchen and the bathroom on the second floor if there was a party, whatever? I don't care why it was there. But I will say this. There is blood atop the table. There is blood at the far end of the table on the knee wall, and there's blood on the thing. I bought a table. I went to Costco. I bought the same table, or I bought a table that looks exactly the same. And I set up 10 solo cups and a Corona bottle. I recreated it, and I put it next to a knee wall, and I spent half an hour trying to create a trajectory that would cast blood on the knee wall without hitting those cups, or without hitting those table. Like, right. I mean, is this Mythbusters? No. Is it as close to a calculation as I could? And I would challenge somebody else if they want to. So Xana is fleeing for her life as she's being stabbed, hacked at by an assailant. And we know this because he's throwing his arm, and it's casting blood from the left side of the table by the kitchen all the way across the room, and it's landing on the knee wall, it's landing on that shelf with the White Claw boxes, and it's landing on the wall to the right, right? The drops hit, and they go straight down. They don't go from left to right. They don't go from right to left. They hit, and they drop straight down, meaning that whoever cast those was throwing directly at it. I mean, this is common sense, right? You following me?
Yes, and I want to clarify for people who are looking, if this, I don't know if you can see my mouse on the screen very well, but the directionality of this little kind of half wall, and the blood hits this far wall to that staircase leading down to the very first floor as well.
That's correct.
Blood droplets there. And so you're saying, like, how do you cast off or swing an object in motion and hit this wall and hit the wall behind here and the banister here? And not the
it's easy to hit the far wall. It's easy to hit the far wall. The problem with hitting the half wall is there's not enough space between the cups and the knee wall, the half wall. There's not enough space, or I couldn't recreate it. I challenge your viewers to try to do the same thing. I could not create a situation where I could get a fluid from the kitchen to hit that wall with that table in the middle.
Right. And so
which brings up the first question. That brings up the first question. How did that happen if the table was there?
Right.
So the speculation would be if Xana is fleeing for her life while somebody is hacking at her with enough force to cast off Maddie and Kaylee's blood from their hands from the third floor, and to shed blood, to shed Xana's blood, and we know that it did because her blood is found there also. If that's the case, why would Xana turn right to avoid the beer pong table, run down the length of the beer pong table, and then turn left again to avoid the beer pong table, and somehow, while she's getting hacked up by an assailant at 4:30 in the morning, not touch the table? How is that conceivable?
Right. So you're basically saying, how did she run around this side of the table?
Yeah,
and
to run
it
around,
down
take a hard left. And remember, this photograph is misleading. If you look at other photographs, the table is much closer to that knee wall than it appears in this photograph.
Yeah, and I think I can pull that up maybe as to it sucks because we don't have the time to cover all the shit in your book. It's
I know
too much.
Now we're up to 30 pages out of 440. I mean, it goes on and on and on. And the cell tower pings and the white cars and the analysis and the contradictory testimonies and other people. I mean, there were suspects in this that were surveilled. There were so many names. There were so many elements in this. That we're not going to have a chance to get to. But I think what I'm trying to say is, when I looked at this information juxtaposed against the prosecution's case, my reaction is, how do we reconcile so many different elements? And the more I looked, the more I felt compelled to tell the story. I think that's really what it boils down to.
Yeah, and like I said, it's you've got we're just scratching the surface, and it sucks. I mean, on the one hand, I want to have you back for 14 more hours so we can get into the details of the book, kind of thing. You make a compelling argument in the book that maybe even, for example, the ping pong table could have been disturbed and knocked over. That this could explain some of the noises that we heard.
Since you bring it up, I got to get this out there, okay? So I say I don't have any theories, but I point out things that don't work. It doesn't make sense that Xana fled for her life, cast with all the blood. I mean, this blood cast off is a blueprint for what happened. You can look at it. There are things you can't say, but there are many things you can say. And if the pool table was displaced during this assault, which is plausible, I'm not saying I'm right. I'm not even saying that's the case. I'm saying it's plausible. Here's another thing. When Bethany was interviewed in a recorded conversation after the fact, they asked her about the firecracker. Everybody talks about the fireworks, the firecracker, or whatever else. And she says very specifically, is this online? Is this available yet? I don't know if this is available or not.
The discussion about the firecracker is and all that, yes. But
she says, I remember things very clearly about the dog coming out. She doesn't remember various things. She said, the one thing I'm certain of is I heard the ping pong table moving, and I heard what I thought were the cups being sprayed around, and this was right above her, very close to being above her bedroom. But she, not I, she is the one who mentions hearing the ping pong or the beer pong table, whatever you want to call it, the beer pong table moving, and the cups being displaced. So this is not wild speculation. She was in the house at the time, and that's what she told police.
And the question is
not who moved the table, but why did they put it back?
Yeah, right. And again, when you talk about questions about why did you put it back, why did things get wiped down, it is hard enough for me to suspend, or many people to suspend disbelief that, and we could break down if you want on how we got it to like 4 minutes, whatever, that one person can go into that house and go and kill 4 people on 2 separate floors that are fighting back. There's signs of defensive wounds and fighting back, and have time to rearrange furniture, to wipe down walls, all these things. It leads to there
was no blood on any floorboard anywhere found in the common areas of the house.
It's not
blood all over the walls.
It's not physically possible, I don't think. And again, they did timing runs and they proved that all of this could happen. I don't buy it. I don't think most people in America buy it. And they're living on the whole, well, his DNA was at the scene, so what are you going to do about it? I mean, obviously he did it. I've
got to bring up one thing since you brought that up. While we're talking about these, I have just a minute left. But one other thing is the cleanup, the obvious alteration. I'm not going to say cleanup. I'm not going to say that. I'm going to say the common areas of the second floor look dramatically different than the 2 discrete crime scenes, the bedrooms on the second and third floor. say whatever you want, come up with your theories, talk about whatever. I'm an idiot, whatever you want to do. I will say this: the third floor. What many people don't realize is that the extent of Kaylee's injuries and how they were inflicted. You may know some and ask questions, but I can tell you from all the reports that they're bizarre, that they're worth mentioning. Not bizarre, they're worth mentioning. One is that Kaylee was asphyxiated, or she was, I don't know if I want to say choked, but she was asphyxiated to the point where she had petechia in the soft tissues of her mouth. And this is widely known, right?
Right.
What many people may not realize is that takes time, and it requires a restrictive motion, a pillow or choking or something along those lines, of her blood flow to her head. That's what produces that, right? It's the pressure of the burst blood vessels. That is one mechanism of injury. The second mechanism is blunt force trauma to her head and face. And I can say from, a lot of time in the autopsy, it was extraordinarily violent. And the police reports and the laboratory reports say that it was not inflicted with fists. She was beaten with a blunt object, which was not found at the scene. No knife was found at the scene. No edged weapon was found at the scene. And whatever device a killer or killers used to inflict that damage to her head was not found at the crime scene. So that was taken away. And then she was disfigured. And I don't know if I should say, has anybody ever talked about the wounds to their throats?
No, I mean, I've talked to you offline about it, but I didn't want to bring it up unless you brought it up, because it's
I talk about it. I talk about it in the book, but what people, I hesitate to say this because it's so difficult for the families, and I really, really don't want to do that. I'll just say this: it's going to come out. I mentioned it in the book because I'm trying to because I think it's very, very important. But Kaylee and Maddie suffered 4 very unusual wounds that were almost identical.
Right, and that's crazy.
And they were not part of killing them. Those 4 wounds inflicted on Kaylee and the same 4 wounds inflicted on Maddie were different than all the other wounds. They were not, they had a characteristic in that they were the same. They were signature wounds in the sense that they said something. If you looked at them, you would go, holy shit, what, it wasn't. So there's violence on Kaylee, the petechia-induced asphyxiation, the asphyxiation, yes, and the blunt force trauma to her head. But the signature of the wounds, people don't understand what the killer was saying when they committed these crimes. It is extraordinary to see it. It's extraordinary.
I don't think that we're stealing. I don't think we're stealing your thunder, because people need to read it for themselves to see it. You indicated post-mortem cuts, so that tells you something. You all but said the words that they were posed in a certain way, that it was that the way that they were cuddled together suggests some kind of possible staging. You've even indicated, for example, Ethan had the blanket pulled over him after certain events happened. And so all of these, where I'm going with all of these little things, which people need to read the book to get the details of it, is that all takes time. One, it
takes time, but there's a forensic element in any crime. There's a mechanism. If you shed blood, you're going to spread blood. You're going to spray blood. You can look at the physical, the DNA, the physical mechanism, right? There is a behavioral aspect to crimes. People commit crimes for a reason. Bill Thompson has said publicly, I think he said in the change of plea hearing, said that there was no sexual element in this crime. Nothing was stolen in this crime. Somebody committed these crimes for a reason. Could it? People speculate Koberger did it like for a PhD project or something. You can make up anything you want. The mechanism of injury inflicted upon Kaylee Goncalves and Maddie Mogan and Xander and on Ethan are significantly different. And behavioralists look at those things and say, what was the mechanism of injury? But what was the means, and what was the motivation for inflicting these injuries? They're very, very different. And just because you mentioned, we talk about that at great length, but one thing you mentioned, Ethan, and I'll say this, behaviorally, just as behaviorally. If you look in the room, as investigators did, they saw they found Xana lying on the ground, right? Hunter Johnson in a body camera video and everything else. Many of those photographs were accidentally leaked, but people know what I'm talking about. Ethan is in bed to the left. 2 things about Ethan. One, if you analyze his wounds, and people said that he was viciously hacked up and cruelly sliced and whatever else, and that's true in terms of the reality of it, but you can very plausibly say that he woke up, rolled toward his girlfriend coming screaming through the door, getting hacked at by Koberger, ostensibly. Rolls. When he does, he rolls and he's attacked, and he goes curls up into a defensive posture, which you see in MMA fights all the time. Curls up, and that are the defensive wounds. So he has a gash on his knee because his knee would be pulled up by. Actually, I don't want to speculate, but you could easily imagine how those wounds were inflicted. And he rolled to his right, and he had very similar wounds on his left side as he retreated and was attacked, and as he died. All of those things are not my point. What my point is that when you he was found with a comforter over the lower portion of his body and a blue blanket over the upper portion of his body. All of the wounds and all of the bloodletting were underneath those blankets. He did not die in that position and somehow pull those blankets up over him after he died. Whoever killed him, or someone after the fact placed 2 blankets. And when those blankets are taken away, you can see the injuries that were inflicted, and you can see the blood patterns in the bed. There was a significant bloodletting event underneath those covers on the sheets and in the mattress of the bed, and his wounds, grotesque wounds, were all covered by those blankets. So you look behavioral at that and say, what butcher commits these horrific murders and covers his naked body after the fact? And you can look at it different ways. I talked to one person, they said, well, they didn't want someone to look down the hallway and say, well, I saw a disfigured body. Some would say, well, they didn't want, they felt bad and they didn't want him to lie there naked. It doesn't matter what the motivation is. The killer, Brian Koberger, and or maybe somebody else, what they did showed behaviorally in this crime is every bit as compelling as the physical evidence. It is very, very odd what we have in these 2 bedrooms.
I'm gonna challenge something you said a little bit because I just want to get at it. I know you said ostensibly Koberger, but several times you said Koberger. And here's the problem I have: I haven't placed Koberger in the house. His DNA is not in the house. Ethan's got a clump of hair that's not Koberger's. You've got clumps of hair upstairs that's not Koberger's, presumably, in my opinion. What tells us Koberger was there other than you? Well, he said he did it, so he must have done it.
Well, that's a big part of the book. That's a chapter. But I'll say this. I do not, this is not a wrongful conviction story. I don't look at this and go, oh, Brian Koberger, was wrongfully. He pled guilty. He pled guilty to these crimes. So as a citizen of the United States who believes in the criminal justice system, I'm not going to say he lied about going to prison for 4 murders, spend the rest of his life in prison. But I will go with what you said, Lee. I have every text message, Brian. I have 3,607 text messages or something like that from the time he got his phone. He got a phone when he went to Idaho, when he moved to Washington State, until the time of the crimes. I have every text message he's ever sent. I have every email that he's ever sent. I have every purchase. Let me rephrase it. I have seen and had access to all of those files and those documents and those databases, those spreadsheets, right? He liked the New York Yankees. He liked his dog. He loved his family. And he doesn't have a lot of other interaction. The reason Bill Thompson never tied Koberger to any of these victims or to anything else is it's not there. There's zero. I mean, this is a very, very odd guy. I'm not going to dispute that. He wouldn't dispute that. Ann Taylor wouldn't dispute that. He's an odd guy. Odd does not mean homicidal maniac. Could it have? Yes, of course it could have. He pled guilty. But to answer your question, we haven't even talked about him yet. And I have, a huge part of this book talks about the reality of what his life was like and what police found. I mean, they went through his car. They disassembled his car in extraordinary detail. I mean, they took the whole thing apart. They never found a cell of DNA. They never found a cell of DNA at his apartment. They never found it anywhere. So this car that goes racing away at 4:30 in the morning, 4:20, whatever it is in the morning, the white car, and this whole crime was these four horrific murders happened in 4 minutes or whatever the case was. How do you get from blood soaked in the bodies of the victims, spreading it all over the house? It's everywhere. It's all over the walls and everything else. Somehow you run out, jump in your car and drive away. And and somehow clean it to a point where there is zero DNA of any kind. There are many questions. I'm not saying I have the answers. I'm saying when you look at what you don't know, what's in this book, when you look at what you do not know about Bryan Kohberger's life, it's not what I thought. It's not remotely what I thought.
And I will say, and I hope you don't take this the wrong way. I'm just making a counterpoint to the pleading guilty part. I mean, John Grisham recently came out with a book called Framed, which he co-authored with an individual from basically kind of like the Innocence Project. I forgot what the name of that project was, but they basically work on people who plead guilty to things that they didn't do. In the very first story of that book, 7 different people pled guilty to something that they didn't do because they were strong-armed by the prosecution. They were threatened. They basically felt they had no choice, and it was more lenient on them to plead guilty. So I counter the nobody pleads guilty to something they didn't do to it happens all the time in this country. I mean, 97% of all criminal trials never go to trial. They end up in a plea deal. Most civil cases end up in a settlement and not go to trial. The trial system in America seems to be eroding before our very eyes, and we don't have a jury by your peers. We convict people by circumstantial evidence and overcharging and pushing them. Now, again, I will also say that doesn't mean Kohberger's not guilty, because at the face value, he said he did it. So at some point, you would be a moron not to accept that maybe he did it because he actually said he did. But I will say this.
Look, I'm in an odd position here. You can say all these things, talk about all these things, and stir up all these controversies, and great. That's a wonderful part of the free society in which we live. We can look at these things. If I write something down on a page, that's just an opportunity for every one of your viewers to pick this thing up and go, well, this Witkum said this and Witkum said that, right? So I've got to be very careful in what I say. I agree with you. I'm not saying Kohberger did or didn't do it. I'm saying he pled guilty to it, and I'm saying he's in prison for it. So it's not my position to say, I'm not trying to defend him. I am trying to say something happened in this house that nobody will get this story because it's not going to trial. If this had gone to trial, I'd be telling you nothing new. You would see it all in trial. The problem is when Bryan Kohberger did not allocute at the change of plea hearing, he disappeared behind bars for the rest of his life with no idea what his motive was, means, mechanism. We'll never have the weapons, the blunt force trauma on the 3rd floor, the edged weapons, whatever else. We'll never know a single solitary thing. Is that good? It might be good for the survivors. God bless them. I'm not sure it's good for society. I think that we, as a society that believe in a criminal justice system, have to say, is it okay that 4 people were murdered viciously in Moscow, Idaho, November 13th, 2022, and it's very plausible somebody else there got away with it? If all of these things, at the end of this book, if you look at this and said somebody was with Kohberger because one person could not have killed Xana in a death fight on the floor while her 6'4", 228-pound boyfriend is lying in bed 3 feet away. He somehow didn't get up out of bed to help her. How did one person choke, beat, and stab and slash and cut Kaylee Goncalves while Maddie Mogan just lay in bed next to her and didn't say a word? How could you hear it down the street and nobody heard it in the house? I mean, there are so many questions. So did Kohberger do it? I'm not disagreeing with you, Lee. I think that's what we're asking. But I'm saying, I'm not trying to exonerate Bryan Kohberger. I'm saying he pled guilty. But are there some significant indications that somebody else was involved in this? In my opinion, it's worth looking into. It compels inquiry, if you ask me.
It does. And I get it. You've got to be very careful about what you say and what you imply and whatever. And I have a little bit more probably latitude than you do to do that. And so I've given lots of different theories and whatever. I do want to say that I want to reiterate something you said. There is a large number of people who say, you disgusting YouTubers, true crime community, leave the families alone. They've been through enough already. Why can't you give them closure? And I thought to myself, if I thought that there was other killers who got away with the murder of my child, I'd want them all. I'd want all those MFers in jail, not just one guy and not the easy answer. And I've always felt, and you don't need to elaborate on this at all, maybe this is rhetorical, Steve Gonzalez has given me the feeling that he believed more people were involved and was a little pissed off when they took the plea deal on Koberger and basically I think he thought more was going to come out and this was the tip of the iceberg and that more was going to get revealed, and they robbed the families when they took a plea deal without asking any of their opinion on it. And that's just my thought, my feeling. And so at the end of the day, I think what you and I can agree on is it's not justice if there's other people who were involved and they walk free because we took the easy answer.
I'm sure we got to go now. I think we're kind of at the end of whatever you think. But two things. One of the things that stuck with me through this entire thing is when Judge Hippler was reading the charges in the change of plea hearing, and he talked about the murder of each of the 4 victims, and he said, Kaylee Goncalves, he said, a human being, because the statute required that he say it out loud. And it kind of puts a knot in my stomach right now as I say it. Do we need to remind ourselves that these are human beings? I have 4 kids.
Right.
I'm horrified at the thought of it. I worked in law enforcement trying to keep these things from happening. I don't know, in an ordered society, so prone to violence, how we look past things like this. I mean, I'm not trying to make excuses. I could do a lot of things in life. I could write, whatever. It doesn't matter. Who gives a shit? Nobody cares about what my motivations. But I'll say this. I didn't have to write this book. I didn't want to write this book. I had no interest in the case until I saw what I thought was something so vexing, so compelling, and so troublesome that I said, you know what? I'm going to raise my hand and take the hits. Somebody's got to take the hits. You know, maybe it's got to be me, but I believed in the shit. I believe in this injustice, and the system's got to work. And I hope it does. I hope this leads to. I hope we find somebody else if they're involved.
I do, Chris. I feel your book is going to give certain people like myself more encouragement that we should be asking the questions. We should be asking the questions and we should be demanding answers, because it doesn't make sense. You give us through this book permission, with somebody that's got credentials and have seen it, to say, look, it's not just a YouTuber pulling this out of his ass. Like this is somebody who's seen the discovery, they've seen what was there, and they're telling us, yeah, it doesn't add up. Keep pressing. So I guess from that thing, I thank you tremendously. I'm envious of all the people who get to interview you after me, because you have so many more bombs in the book. So
I don't know if anybody's going to.
It
might just be you, Lee. I don't know, man. I don't know.
I doubt it. I doubt it. You have opened the floodgates. I kid you not. I feel like this is going to be monumental. And if nobody else does take up the mantle, come back on my show and we'll blow the shit up if you were so inclined. But for whatever it is, thank you so much for your book. It's monumental. Everybody needs to buy a copy. I kid you not. This is not a hit piece by any stretch of the imagination. You've read nothing like it. Read the book front to back. I'm going to do additional breakdowns about it. That's what I do. I'll be breaking down larger sections and getting into it. We'll be having think tanks. We'll be having panels. I'll have other lawyers come on and talk about it, because I've got friends that are lawyers and they're going to have opinions. So this is just you have started a launch of inquiry, and I can't thank you enough, Chris, for the time that you spent in the book that you read. Phenomenal job. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Lee. Thanks so much, man. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, if you can hang out just a minute after I close up, we're gonna make sure that it gets a good closure, and then we'll. All right, everybody. I hope that you enjoyed that thoroughly. That was a incredible interview with so many bombs it can't even be counted. I'm not going to waste your time just talking about myself. I'm going to get the whole panel up here with Chris as well. Look, we've got like 1,300 people in here right now. We can't possibly take all your questions, so please give us a little bit of latitude. We'll have each one of our panelists ask Chris a question. Then we'll do our best to have our mods pull out the best questions they can to pin those. And again, I don't know how long we have, Chris, so please expect it. It's late for him, so we'll do the best we can to get through these. But let's get our panel up on screen right away. Let's go here. We got a few of you already on screen. I need to get everybody on screen. All right, Chris, you were on with my panel, Robin, 11, Dago, and JJ from State of the Deep, who wasn't here earlier at the very beginning, but he's joined us. Chris, I think you just broke the fucking internet, man. I think you just broke it.
Guys, I don't know anything about this world.
Oh, no.
I got to tell you, I'm a book writer. I don't know anything about this world, so.
Well,
Oh, boy.
you've set off a bomb, I assure you, and all kinds of channels were watching us tonight. All kinds of big YouTube channels were watching your interview. They're all having to wipe themselves up because they just peed themselves right where they stood. So, yeah, you've set off a bomb. You're going to have a lineup of people that are going to want to knock down your door. Of course, you probably have mainstream media going to line up on your door as well. I do want to give an opportunity to let my panel ask you some questions. So I'll just go around the horn. Robin, do you have a question you want to ask him specifically?
Well, thank you first and foremost, of course, for joining us this evening. I know you touched on it a little bit in the book, but even after like hearing questions from Lee and so forth, what still is the most surprising thing that you came across that you are allowed to talk about?
I think, Robin, for better or worse, I'm allowed to talk about anything. I don't know the consequences of me talking about it, but listen, this is a well-known case. It is an extraordinary complex case. And as I said in the book, we begin at the end, right? We begin at the end, which is very, very odd to talk about a case like this. And it's a great question, Robin, but I don't know the answer because I have at every turn today, the book is written, the book is out. I've talked to Lee, I've talked to various people about it. Today, I started going through some documents, and I found some things today in a document that I was shocked by that I had not seen before, because I'm still dealing with a vast, and to be fair, so was Ann Taylor and Brian Koberger's defense, and so was Bill Thompson as a prosecutor. This case is vast. It's a small town. It is vast in terms of the information, the extension, the investigation is extensive. So any one thing I don't know, I didn't watch this interview just now because I was there the first time, but I can say, I remember Lee and I had a point in the conversation where we said, well, we just talked for 2 hours and we covered about 2.5 pages of a 440 page book, right? There is so much that we as a community, as a society, as American have not talked about. And I don't think we can really do that. I'm saying this is like a vast jigsaw puzzle. I took some of those puzzle pieces and I put them in order, and those are laid out during the course of the book. We can talk about those things individually in these forums, but you have to put them together in a way that makes sense. And that's what I've tried to do in the book. So to answer your question, and again, a great question, I don't think any one thing stands out except that the whole thing is different than what I and many people thought. What we thought 24 hours ago collectively is probably not what we think now. I suspect. Right?
No.
So let's talk about it.
Right.
Let's talk about it. Let's go deeper.
Absolutely.
Let's get all of you involved. Let's get everybody who's watching this thing involved. That's my hope. What do I want out of this? I hope this generates a discussion, not just for this case, but for cases moving forward, because cold case examination, wrongful case examination, things like this look different in hindsight. Hindsight's 20/20. So not one thing, the whole thing. Sorry, that's a long answer, but that's the case.
I appreciate that you. I appreciate that you understand. We've got a lot of really brilliant minds in the true crime community. We've got people who do top-notch research. So I feel like, again, you've opened up avenues that are gonna really take months to suss out, and there'll be new theories that come up. And it's not wild speculative theories. There's new data that we have that'll be able to cement some theories that we've had, clarify or rule out some ones. It's just the tip of the iceberg, just getting started. One, do you have a question for Chris?
That's funny. I have 5,000 questions.
You have like 4 million?
No.
Right.
Thank you, Chris.
Classic cop.
Yes.
Right.
Amazing that you're here. Again, I have deep respect for your history and everything that you're doing. I have one. I'll try to maybe sneak in a second real quick, but if I can only ask one. First, if you had one piece of evidence, just one, that could be re-examined under a microscope to potentially change everything, what would it be and why? And then real quick, as I know a lot of people asking questions, if you could maybe just touch on the fact, everything always comes up with Dylan, Bethany, and the 911 call. What I know you are not like talking into theories and whatnot, but I am interested to hear, based on your background of all the experience you have with the FBI and all that, what is your opinion of waiting, the 8-hour delay, and just to touch on it. So
let's start with that, because that's the most recent thing. All we know based on what we know at this point is that Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk suffered exposure to 4 horrific crimes. They were in the house at the time. As you just brought up, there are many, many questions. Why would somebody wait that amount of time? And it's a very split community. I don't know much about what you guys do per se, but I do know what people have told me, and that is that there's people that say, how could you possibly talk about these victims in that way? And I say, yes. I mean, they're 19-year-old college students who suffered horror, right? There's another part that says, why don't we look at the information? Because at the end of the day, a crime is a crime, and you have to be factual. Right. And the only thing I will say is that I've not offered any opinions, theories, or speculation in the book, because I don't think it's my place. I don't think that's it. My place is to present the evidence as a former law enforcement official, to present the evidence and say somebody in a position of authority can do it. It's incumbent upon them to do it. So do I have a great deal of information that I've not released about them and about what happened? Yes, I do. I have an extraordinary amount of information about both of them. And I'm not going to say that it's incriminating or not. I'm just saying I could not put that in the book legally. Right. I could not put that in the book. I respect their privacy. I respect their tragedy. I respect their horror. I respect their suffering, and I feel for them. If they were somehow involved and somehow law enforcement goes back and exposes that, then I think we're going to have a very different opinion, not just of the process. So I don't have an opinion. I don't have a theory, but I have a whole lot of questions. Many of the questions you have, I've just seen more of the information. I've seen a lot more of the information. So apologies, but what was the first part of apologies? The question, first part of the question.
The first part was if there was another piece of evidence.
Oh yes.
That you think would make would make a big change in the case. If there was one piece that you could have re-examined, what would what would it be?
Well, okay, so I feel strongly about this. This is not a theory, but I feel strongly, and I think many people will. Bill Thompson said in his change of plea recitation of the facts that would lead one to believe that he was guilty, as Judge Hippler asked him to do. What he said is all on YouTube. We can all watch it in his own words, right? And he said the prosecution case is a 3-pillared narrative. One is the white car, placing Brian Koberger ostensibly at the scene. 2 is the cell tower analysis. And we haven't talked about either of these things at length, but I have a great deal to say in the book about both, right? But the pillar of the prosecution is DNA. And I want to go back. I would hope that somebody would go back and look at the collection of the knife sheath and what the documents tell us, and I talk at length in the book about how they found it and where. Then how that knife sheath was handled in the chain of custody till the time it got to the laboratory, the Idaho State Police Crime Lab, then to Othram Labs in Texas, then back, where are those reports, and then to the FBI. Tell me about those 6, 8, 10, 12, 15, I don't know what it is, human cells in this tiny, tiny sampling of DNA. Let's look at the DNA, and let's look at how it was handled, treated, and analyzed, and if it would have been presented at all in trial because of the chain of custody issues. So the answer is DNA.
Thank you.
Yeah, outstanding. Thank you so much. All right, JJ, State of the Deep. You haven't met JJ yet, but JJ, go ahead and give us a question for Chris if you don't mind.
JJ, nice meeting you, man.
You too. Thank you so much. I have 1.5 questions. The first is that a 50s gold top behind you?
2 of them.
Yes,
Two of them.
57
Nice.
and a 56.
Nice.
With a Bigsby.
Nice.
Factory Bigsby.
Yeah, I saw the Bigsby right away, and
Factory Bigsby, brother. Thank you.
I couldn't tell if it was a gold top because it was
there's 2 bursts and there's 2 gold tops.
Yeah, nice. I had to bring that up. Sorry.
Thank you, man. That's an eye for detail right there.
I was salivating.
JJ's a big musician. Yeah.
Right on.
Sorry.
So the one thing that I wanted to first clarify, and then I had a question, is we know that 2 of the bodies were covered in a staged sort of way. Is it correct that Ethan was also covered?
Well, let's talk about that. It's very important. I think all the analysis, the prosecution, the police, and the defense would agree that that Kaylee and Maddie were in bed covered during the assaults. There is no evidence of any bloodletting underneath the comforter, and many have seen the pictures that leaked out that were brought back in. The evidence shows that Kaylee at one point was sitting up because there was a significant bloodletting event into what would be her lap. And I say that because the porous barrier of the comforter, when police arrived, even when they started to process the crime scene, was still liquid 8 hours after the event. So you can imagine, you don't have to be a criminologist or a forensic pathologist to understand, you'd have to have a quantity of blood sufficient to stay liquid for more than 8 hours in that environment. So it was significant. Nothing underneath that. So the blanket was not, or the comforter was not placed, in anybody's estimation, after the crimes occurred on the third floor. Where the bodies moved, there's strong evidence that the bodies were moved. It could be called staging because that is a term of art. Behavioralists would use that as a term of art with intention, or posed, which is another extension, that they were posed there for a reason because the killer wanted to say something with the crime. And I talked about this in the book, and I'm not going to go into detail now because it's a long conversation. Each of the two women had 4 signature wounds on the body. So 4 on Kaylee and 4 on Maddie that were, that if we talked about them, are extraordinarily significant from a behavioralist standpoint. All of the wounds inflicted on Kaylee, the asphyxiation to the point of petechia, the blunt force trauma to her head, the edged weapons, punctures and slash cuts of that nature, were different than any of the other victims. But they each had 4 signature wounds that matched, and they were not wounds inflicted during the commission of a murder. They were wounds that made a statement by the killer. And those are very, very important behaviorally. Moving to the second floor, this hasn't been talked about, but I say in the book, Ethan was found in this bed. We all know that he was found in the bed, rolled toward the wall. His hand had fallen down between the wall and the mattress. All of the wounds that he suffered, no, that's not accurate. The wounds that he suffered to his extremities, to his legs and arms, the legs to his wounds were significant. And I think people have talked about that before. And the blood in the bed that he shed during the commission of these murders was significant. It was all over the bed. The 2 blankets were pulled over the wounds. If you look at the pictures, his lower legs and his socks were not covered, and his head was not covered. But the majority of his body, meaning these giant gashes on his legs and his arms, the defensive wounds, those were covered. There is no logical way of which I'm aware that he's pulling these covers over himself and over the bed and over the blood all over the bed and over his wounds after he's deceased. Somebody pulled those covers over Ethan in bed after he was deceased. And I think that, that's been discussed by Dr. Turvey and a bit by Paulette Sutton.
Yeah.
Is that clear enough?
Yeah, thank you for that. The reason I asked is I'm not an expert, but I did study forensic psychology, and I know that if 3 of the 4 victims were covered, it's very significant, right? That's like psychologically that would say something and obviously tell you something about the killer or killers. And I guess just the sort of follow-up is, do you have any insights that you can share as to the specific significance from that standpoint?
Well, I'll say 2 things. First, very well said, but I'll say a couple different things. One, the FBI, you can be an FBI agent, you can be a lot of different things, and I worked violent crime investigations in the Ozarks. My first job, I worked, primarily bank robberies, but I worked murders and things like that. I think I talked about in the podcast. But I went there from the FBI's hostage rescue team, which is a tactical component that some people know a little bit about, but I don't need to go in there. But the team was housed within the Critical Incident Response Group. The Critical Incident Response Group is the hostage rescue team. It is a negotiating element. It is the National Center for the Analysis of Violent Crime, or what was, and the BAU, the Behavioral Analysis Unit, and BAU 4 is who did most of the behavioralist work on this case. And then you have what's called VICAP, which is the Violent Criminal Apprehension Program. So I say this only to give you an idea. When I worked within the Critical Incident Response Group, I started as a supervisor within VICAP when it started. So VICAP that investigated this case, I was a supervisory special agent there when we started the unit with a guy named Art Meister, great guy. And then I worked with a profiler. So I actually shared, my office abutted for a time, one of everybody calls them profilers, behavioral analysts, right? So what I'm saying is I spent 10 years working in that unit. And I will say behavior, that you look at a crime in different ways. Many people look at a crime forensically. You look at the blood spatter, you look at broken furniture, you look at whatever. Some of that evidence goes to the lab, and then you have the analytical element, the laboratory analysis. But a very big part of investigations today, and you see TV shows like Quantico, or is it Quantico? Whatever, the profiler shows that are on TV, movies. It's a very big part of pop culture. The reality is behavioral analysis of a crime scene can be extraordinarily important. And a behavioralist brought to this crime scene would ask questions about how Ethan was covered and why, right? So get to your question specifically. I've talked to various people about this, and there are two predominant theories. One is that if you look down the hallway to that room, and we know the lights were on, we didn't discuss that, but the place was widely lit, was broadly lit up that night. If you look from the top of the staircase going to the first floor and you look down that hallway, you can see Xana on the floor. But if you saw Ethan in bed, in the condition he lay in bed naked underneath that blanket, it would be horrifying, and it would immediately send off alarms. If you look down the hallway and you saw Ethan under a blanket, you might not know that he'd been attacked. Does that make sense? So it's plausible that Xana was asleep on the floor, passed out. It was plausible that Ethan was okay because he was covered with blankets. Had he not been covered with blankets, it would have been grotesque, and it would have immediately alarmed anyone. So one of the thought process that I've heard talking to behavioralists, FBI behavioralists, is that they covered the body to avoid, as part of a story, right? The other is that a person responsible for these grotesque murders, this violence, this overkill, it would be a different person that would say, well, this is a naked man lying in bed, and subconsciously their psyche would say, well, I want to cover him up, right? It's a different mindset. What does it say? I don't know. I'm not a behavioralist. Does it say something? Oh, hell yes, it does. So I think you start a great conversation, JJ. It's a conversation people should have.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you as
Sorry,
well.
Guys, my
and,
answers are kind of long sometimes, but I try to qualify.
They're
great.
Great stuff.
We're here to hear you, man. We're here to hear you. Dago, what do you got for a question?
First
Talk
and
to me,
foremost, again, Chris, thank you so much for this. You have no idea, and I know I can speak for probably almost quite a few people in this community all the way around, what an amazing resource you have become and will be, and we're all grateful to you for doing this, truly and honestly. So thank you.
Thank you.
I do have like 1.5 questions as well. The second part of it is very simple.
I got plenty of time. It's up to you guys.
I'm sorry. I have to squeeze it in. First and foremost, and this is just, for instance, if you would have been, brought in on this, you would have been given the lead on this case. Okay. Absolutely. And what my question is with this, if you would have came onto this case, been handed the lead to this case as the lead investigator on this, so on and so forth, is there anything you would have done differently as you approach this case, in your field of experience? I know, given what you said about how Moscow treated it, so on and so forth, and that's not to take away from them, but just from your mind and in your experience is the first part. And then the second part of the question real quick was, do you plan on writing a second book on this?
The answer to the second question is, you could put a word in front of it, but no. I am not going to.
I got you.
Because I couldn't write a second book about it, Dago. I would have to write 15. I don't know
understood.
how. I hope people understand. And listen, there are probably 5 million opinions on this, and most of them that I'm an idiot, right? I mean, that's just the world we live in today. It's easier to take shots than to think constructively. And that's fine. I mean, that comes with it. But I have nothing left to say because I'm not supposed to solve this. I'm not supposed to.
Of course.
That's not my job. I always say justice is the domain of lawyers and courts. And that's justice in America today. Can we all contribute? Yes. Do we? I hope so. But no, I'm not going to write another book about it. But I do hope this spurs you and other people that are interested in it to look further, because you have expertise I don't, because you have insights that I don't, you have intelligence that I don't, you have conviction that I don't. And I encourage that. And I hope if anything comes from this book, it is more questions of me or whoever can answer them. So that, no, I'm not writing anything more about this case. And again, I'm sorry. The first question was important too. I skipped over that.
That's okay. That's okay. Again, it was hypothetically, obviously.
Oh, yes. Okay.
If you had been brought in
here's
as
the thing. Here's the thing. I'm acutely aware of one thing, that the FBI, and I was an FBI agent. My brother was a cop. I was the black sheep. I joined the FBI, right?
Gotcha.
The FBI is endlessly accused of, and rightfully so in many ways, of coming in saying, we know everything, we're going to take over and we're going to do it. That's not me. That's not me. I will say this up front. I want to say it as loud and as clearly as I can possibly say it. I think the Moscow Police Department did an extraordinary job on this. I think they did a fantastic job. You're talking about a small town of what was it, 26,000 people or something like that, Moscow?
Yeah. Yes.
And you're talking about sworn officers whose primary responsibility, it's not a bad thing, their primary responsibility was managing relatively insignificant crime in a college community, right? I grew up in a college town, Dartmouth College. And they responded to a medical emergency. When Officer Nunez rolled up on that house, he thought it was a passed out student from drinking all night the night before.
Right.
And it went in a heartbeat from the beer pong table to the room, to Xana's room down the hallway. It went from being an EMT call, basically, to being a quadruple homicide. Now that has an impact on anybody, right, 1-1? That has an impact on anybody, let alone somebody that's never seen anything like that in their life. And I have. I've seen a lot of it. And it takes a minute to wrap your head around it. The investigation is huge. I can't even convey to you what the Idaho State Police, the Moscow Police Department, and the FBI ran down in terms of this investigation. People have no idea. People have no idea what a great job they did. The problem is this, guys. An investigation by a police agency, and there are 18,000 law enforcement agencies in the country, hundreds of thousands of sworn officers. And tell me if I'm wrong. You do the investigation, but eventually you hand it to the prosecutor. And it might be a district attorney. It might be an AUSA in my case. On the federal side, we prepare for a grand jury. They get an indictment. We go, but it goes to the prosecution. The prosecution takes it from there, and then the cops are out of the. A DA or somebody will come up and ask you to testify about certain things. Something happened between this extraordinary multi-agency. You've got the Pennsylvania State Police, you've got the FBI, you've got the Moscow Police Department, you've got the Idaho State Police, you have the Washington State or the Pullman Police Department. You have so many agencies, and something happened along the way where this massive volume of evidence boiled down into one suspect. When that happened, the narrative changed. And if I had to go back as an investigator, it wouldn't be that I would do anything different, really. I mean, not seriously, with what the officers did. It would go back and try to redirect the confirmation bias and the tunnel vision that focused on one thing that made sense. And we haven't talked about this, but I'll tell you right now, the Moscow Police Department, Idaho State Police, and the FBI had a great number, a significant number, meaning more than 5, maybe more than 10.
Right.
Probably more than 10, actually, now that I think about it, of people who were persons of interest who they considered suspects, talked about as suspects, and who disappeared for various reasons. I originally wrote about them for this book, and it was taken out by the publisher because they didn't want to take a chance on saying something about somebody that was not in any way involved.
Sure.
So at this point, zero. At this point, 0 people have been accused of any crimes or any complicity or anything else in this case except Brian Koberger. So great question. I wouldn't change anything necessarily about the investigation. I would change the way things went after that investigation was conducted.
Thank you for that. Very much so.
All right, now we have people that have. There's so many questions coming out. I can't possibly do them all. I want to ask you one more question myself, Chris, and you tell me if you got to go. I know that you just.
I don't have to go, guys. I mean, this is I write books and play guitar. That's it. That's my whole life. I write books and I play guitar. Okay. And it's already too late to play guitar. So I'm with you.
This didn't come out in the book, but I'm sure you came across it in your research. What do you make of the fact that Sutton came across a crime scene that items had been renumbered by Brett Payne? And she made a comment in her statement about, hey, if this was renumbered, I wasn't aware this had been renumbered. Why did about 8 or 9 pieces of blood evidence get renumbered? What explains that, do you think?
Well, this is a long conversation, and I say they did a fabulous job. I'm not saying they didn't do everything perfectly, okay? And there's a big difference. You do the best you can under the circumstances at that time. Are there major problems with this investigation? Yes. Are they something that we can blame on the cops? Maybe not, because one will tell you roll up at a crime scene and there's a lot going on. Then you bring in CNN and Fox and, the BBC. I mean, this is an international thing, and it got really big, really fast, and a lot of things started happening. So 2 things. One, Paulette Sutton might be the most brilliant woman in the world. I've never met her. I hope she's doing well. Her report that was put together for the prosecution has got some problems. Those problems have been pointed out in the public setting now, primarily by Dr. Turvey, who responded to her, then she responded to him, and then they went back and forth. But her report was prepared for trial, right? That was prepared in, I think it was 2025. Yes, it was 2025. So her report was after all the investigation had been done. And the one salient feature that I want to address in your question is she never looked at any of the evidence. She, the forensic pathologist, or excuse me, the criminologist, whatever her exact title is, she was hired to look at the evidence and present it for the prosecution for presentation at trial. She was like the blueprint of the forensic examination. She never looked at the evidence. The first part of her report says she looked at tranches of photographs, but she never saw the physical evidence. Brent Turvey, who was hired by the defense to do the same thing, he went there and he looked at the evidence. Now it had changed a little bit. So going back to the crime scene and how we look at the crime scene, a team, the Moscow Police Department, Mitch Nunez, Officer Nunez, wrote the affidavit. The affidavit goes to a judge. The judge signs a search warrant. Search warrant is taken back to the site. The Idaho State Police was brought in because they have greater resources. They have a crime lab and they have forensic analysts. They came in, they processed the crime scene, meaning they picked up the evidence. Then they came in and they took the bodies, and it went from there. They were still taking evidence out of this house for right up to the point where they tore it down. Okay, so how do things get moved? That's a great question. How did they not tell her, and how were the photographs and everything else confused to where she wrote a report that we're talking about now that is obviously, one might argue, is seriously flawed? And what does that say about the rest of the report? Dr. Brent Turvey certainly has things to say about that. And I'll leave that up to him. If you're doing a crime scene analysis and you don't even have the numbers of the exhibits sorted out, it's kind of tough to take that to trial, in my opinion.
And you spend a significant time in the book, and I think all of our panelists have read the book. In your interview with Turvey essentially says the following: Kaylee was most certainly the target of that attack. Whoever did it was sending a message with the way the bodies were posed, and Kaylee and Maddie's wounds were different than the ones down on the second floor. He basically said this was 2 different types of killers killing on 2 different floors, and there were multiple weapons used, including serrated knives as well. And yet we're stuck with, at the end of the day, it's one expert versus another, right? He's written 20 something books on forensics. The guy tells you it was done by multiple people and it was done by multiple weapons. And so Sutton comes in and says, I disagree. Everything's consistent with could have been done by one weapon. At the end of the day, would it have just been one expert versus another, and who would have won that argument?
No, I think certainly not. And I don't think anybody would argue that Paulette Sutton would win that argument. When you look at a report, based on Dr. Turvey's analysis and the way we've looked at it, and the fact that she had to respond to all of these things, right? There was a war of reports among experts. Is that unusual? No. You'll tell. You know the same thing. You go to a trial of this nature, you're going to have a parade of experts from the prosecution. You're going to have a parade of experts from the defense, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So then it's a he said, she said to a certain extent. However, what Turvey says in the book and what he is saying publicly now, I will just explain his thinking. The thinking is this: if you look at the bedroom on the third floor, Kaylee and Maddie in bed together. Kaylee Goncalves was asphyxiated to the point of petechia, meaning that blood flow was constricted from her heart to her brain. That blood pressure creates ruptures in the blood vessels, and it looks like little red stars in your mouth and your eyelids. So there was a mechanism of injury that included either choking or smothering or some form of asphyxiation, right? And people would say, well, there's no sign she was choked to death. And I would say, well, I know why, right? We're not going to talk about that now, but I know why there was no sign, but could have been, right? So that's one. So Kaylee was choked to the point where the mechanism of asphyxiation caused petechia in a soft tissue of her lips and I believe in her eyes. 2, she was assaulted. Her head was assaulted with blunt force trauma so significant that it created significant fractures to bone structures in her face and in her skull, right? And the police, I think I've read the police, but I've read reports that said they stated that they exceeded what one could inflict with their knuckles. She was not punched to create those injuries. She was hit with an object. And then she was cut and stabbed. And based on the autopsy photos, and I've spent way too much time looking at those analyses, it would be very easy to argue, and it would be very hard to convince somebody that was done with one weapon. There were circular wounds, there were cutting wounds, there were different signature wounds, in a lot of them. So what I'm saying is Kaylee suffered 3 significant forms of trauma. None of the other victims did. None of them. And Maddie, lying directly adjacent to her, killed in the same bed, did not either. She was killed with an edged weapon, and the autopsy reports. And then you move downstairs and you see something else. So Brent Turvey, as I understand all his thinking, says the violence inflicted upon Kaylee exceeded and stood out behavioristically in many ways that was distinguished from any of the other 3 victims. The hatred, the rage, the anger inflicted upon her is a different type of wound than what was inflicted on Ethan, which were defensive wounds, and they were just trying to kill him. And on Xana, who was escaping across the living room down the hallway into her bedroom, and we know this is unequivocal, and then died in a horrendous struggle, a tremendous fight on the floor of a bedroom. I mean, that's obvious. So going back to that, were they killed by one person? I would argue it's impossible. Impossible is a strong word. I would argue that it certainly begs inquiry. Was Kaylee the initial victim, the intended victim? I would argue that the evidence is very, very, very strong that she was, and that her injuries were different than anybody else's. But then again, I'll say, return to say that Kaylee and Maddie were both carved with 4 separate. Did I say that? I don't know if I told you that, but Kaylee and Maddie each suffered 4 significant signature wounds that were identical. Yeah. In addition to the trauma used to kill them, the killer or killers marked Kaylee and Maddie with 4 very obvious, very specific, and very unusual wounds that we don't see anyplace else. So does that answer your question? Was that too much maybe?
And
a great answer.
Did you get your question answered? I mean, I feel like you got your question answered and then some. There was a question that was following up. When you say circular wounds, people are asking a hammer. Was it something that left a circular?
Very small. But can I just say one thing about weapons while we're right here? And again, guys, I'll say we're talking about all these things discreetly, individual content, individual conversations, individual questions. The point in this book is laying out all of these things. And even in the 2 hours that I just spent that you watched, and even in the hour that we're spending together, you've read the book. You understand that what we've discussed is still a very, very, very small part of the book, right? The book is very broad in scope. Is that fair to say, guys?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
for sure.
We've covered a lot of issues, but we haven't covered a lot of the book, which covers a lot. But here's
Right.
one thing we need to talk about. If we go back to Dylan Mortensen's testimony, her statements, right? There were 4 statements. I don't know what she said in testimony to the grand jury. I haven't seen that. But if we look at her statements, everybody in media now knows that when she saw the person in the black the black balaclava and the black clothing at the bottom of the stairs, as he was leaving, her report was that he was carrying an object in his hands. It was cylindrical and it had a triangular shape at the base that she thought perhaps could be a vacuum, right? We all know that story, right? So my question is this. Police never found an edged weapon. They found the K-bar knife sheath. They never found a weapon, and no police report that I have ever seen, and I think I would have seen it, no police report I've ever seen matches the wounds on any of the 4 victims to a K-bar knife. It's an edged weapon, but nobody has ever come back and said, we know it was a K-bar knife, model 1217, I think it is.
Yeah.
K-bar
Yeah.
makes a lot of knives,
Yeah.
but it's the Marine Corps fighting
Right.
knife. Nobody has ever alleged that those wounds were inflicted. Any of the wounds were inflicted by a K-bar knife. They found the sheath. That's
Yeah,
why
and
we
they-
talk
and they-
about a K-bar, right? But here's the
They
thing.
use the clever words of consistent with, consistent with the cable.
And it's consistent that it had a blade, and some of the wounds do have a sharp edge and a blunt edge. But there are so many characteristics of these different wounds.
Right.
I mean, you're talking all together. You're talking about well over 100 wounds. I haven't counted them, but well over 100
Yeah.
wounds, and the signatures of each one of them are a big part of our forensic examination. Nobody, and Bill Thompson in his final statement never said they were killed with a K-bar knife. Right? Never. Nobody has ever said that. No weapon has been found. Here's where I'm going with this, guys. Kaylee suffered blunt force trauma to the head, which the police have said exceeded what one could inflict with fists. Okay. That means that the killer came to the house with an edged weapon. Let's just say hypothetically it was a K-bar knife, and he left the sheath there, which is I'm not saying. I'm just hypothetically. Right. Did he bring the blunt force object, or did he get it from the room? If he got it in the room, where is it? So the obvious conclusion would be to listen to what Dylan Mortensen told us, which is when she looked out, she heard the noise, she opened a door, she came face to face with this killer, ostensibly, and he was holding this device in his hands. She was very specific, both hands. Okay. So when he took the when he took the object from the 3rd floor, came down to the bottom of the stairs, and encountered Xana in the kitchen, in the hallway, or at the front of the pool table, the beer pong table. And we know he did because of the blood spatter. I talk about that at great length in the book. The blood spatter in that room is a map of what happened, right? What did he do with that object? Did he say, oh, there's Xana, put the object down, reaches into his belt, pulls out a knife which no longer has a sheath? I mean, why is he carrying a knife with a sheath, not on his belt? And he remembers to take the blunt force the object, but he says, oh, I'm not going to worry about that K-bar knife sheath. I'll just leave that there. I'm just going to take whatever I beat her to death with. I'm going to take it. He's at the bottom of the stairs. He comes face to face with Xana. What's he do with that object? Does he put it down on the floor, pull out the knife, chase her down the hallway, and commit 2 more horrific murders? And then he goes back and then somehow picks up that object again. Dylan comes out of her room and looks at him and goes, oh, whatever. And he runs away. That's a problem, guys.
Yeah,
exactly.
The problem is
it's a huge problem.
The problem is the weapons. The weapons. What were the weapons? Not just the edge
And,
weapons. Let's just say it's a K-bar knife that we haven't found. Just say that's the case. What about the object used to inflict blunt force trauma on her head that created hard tissue injuries, skull injuries? What happened to that, and why haven't we discussed that?
I want to get back to the weapons in a second, but I would be remiss to not. We got $100 donation for this question to pop up. There's many people who feel that there's evidence around the house that a golf club was used in the commission of this crime. That one of the girls was beaten with a golf club. Is there anything? And I realize you have to be careful what you say. Is there anything that you've seen that would be consistent with that kind of wound?
I would say that's a $100 question right there. That's a great question. That's a great question because there was a set of golf clubs. I think they were Taylor. The bag said Taylor, I think.
Yes.
In the vacant bedroom on the first floor. And I talk about that vacant bedroom in the first floor. It's a big deal. That bedroom's a big deal. And we have not talked about it.
Yeah.
But I talk about it in the book. So that's really, I mean, that's a compelling question. And the answer is no. The answer is no report that I've ever seen shows that they examined. Nobody even counted the clubs in the bag. I mean, I've got pictures of the bag. I might be able to count the clubs and see if it's missing a 2-iron or something. But to the best of my knowledge, and I've seen tens of thousands of documents, nobody ever mentioned the word golf club or the 2 words golf clubs, whatever. Fabulous question. The answer is I've never heard anybody even mention golf clubs in this entire investigation.
I had a follow up.
Yeah, go ahead, JJ.
I just had 2 very quick follow ups. 2 things. Number one, if the perpetrator was wearing a balaclava, then how did the hair get pulled out? Right. As far as the official narrative, the one guy, Brian Kohlberger, had a balaclava on. That's the first thing. Second thing is, based on what we've been told and the official narrative, you might assume that in a frenzy, they dropped the sheath and just got out of there. But they took the time to cover and pose the victims, right? So I would think...
Well, just real quick, I want to be careful in saying what I say and be very specific. I don't have any evidence that they covered the victims. I believe the victims were already covered in bed when they were assaulted. And Brett Turvey and others have speculated that they were moved because the position in which they found, you would look at them and go, what? I mean, it was very odd. So that's a speculation. Not that they were covered, but they were moved. So sorry about that, JJ.
Okay, yeah, sure. But if, and I will say this, there were photos that came out, you know, crime scene photos, and in the photos there are reflections that you can see, and I've seen those photos, and there was no blood on top of them, and they were covered in a very and kind of staged in a particular way. So that's why I was kind of going with that.
Well, let me correct that a little bit because I've spent a lot of time looking at literally tens of thousands. Well, I don't know what tens, many thousands, way more than 10,000 photographs. I try to be very specific. You probably realize that. But Kaylee Goncalves did have significant blood loss onto the top of her T-shirt, right? And that part of her was underneath the comforter when she was found. But this is very important. In that bed, she's lying on her back in the bed on the inside of Maddie Mogan against, toward the wall. And there is a significant pool of liquid blood. I mentioned this before, in what would have been her lap. So if you were looking at a body, it would have been over their midsection, this pool of blood that was still liquid 8 hours after the murder. So it was a significant amount of blood was let, right? And she had a significant amount of blood let on her T-shirt. And when she would have to have been sitting up because the rest of her was not, there's no blood on the sheets or anything else underneath it. So she would have to have been sitting up when she suffered some of these injuries, fell back, and a lot of the bloodletting occurred into the pillow. And then her head was moved. I say moved. It seems apparent from the photographs it was moved because the pool of blood on the pillow where she suffered wounds to the head was not where her head was found. And where her head was found did not have the same blood. And of course, once you're deceased, your heart's not pumping. So it changes the signature of the bloodletting because your heart's not pumping it out. So I just want to be very careful, okay?
Sure. I appreciate that.
She did have some blood loss on her T-shirt that when the police found her, part of that was underneath the comforter. So I'm not saying that they were covered up after the fact. They were killed. At least part of the attack occurred when they were underneath that comforter. The evidence suggests
her head wasn't on the pillow where all the blood was then.
Her head was injured on the pillow, and the pillow has the signature of significant blood loss, but the pillow's over here. Mm-hmm. And when police found her head was over someplace else.
Okay, thank you.
And it was not the same blood loss there. So when Dr. Turvey talks about it, there is overwhelming evidence, at least in my opinion, my experience, overwhelming evidence that the bodies were moved, whether you would say they were staged or whether you would say they were posed. that's interpretation done by behavioralists, and I can't. I will say that it's odd. If you looked at the position, you would look and go, wow. I mean, I did. I was very surprised.
Yeah, and just to wrap it up real quick, the thought that I had is that if let's say hypothetically they were covered, by the killer at some point, because if they were posed, I'm just going with that. If they were posed, that perhaps they were covered. There
was no blood underneath the comforter, so they were not injured on top of, without being covered. All the blood was on top of the comforter and no blood underneath.
Okay, I gotcha.
You got me?
Yeah. Which is why, Robin, I know I see your hand up. I'll get you in just a second here. Which is why he was saying it's not like, Ethan pulled the covers over himself after being stabbed, which is kind of the implication that you were kind of.
Well, he wasn't stabbed.
Robin, what do you have?
His injuries were very significant. You could see him from 20 feet away. But I mean, he was, ultimately stabbed, but he was also cut in a manner that would have been obvious from a significant distance. So it is plausible to suggest that the killer or killers covered his body for a specific reason. I don't know what that reason is.
Go ahead, Robin.
One aspect, or I guess theory out there that has been speculated on is, could this have been carried out by, and just based off of your long experience, could this have been perpetrated by any members of the cartel or drug angle community?
I think the only indication of that was that police interviewed the mother of one of the victims. I think everybody knows that. Because the allegation in the interview, I saw the interview, listened to the interview, watched the interview, was that a person alleged that a parent of one of the victims had drug activity, had been arrested and incarcerated for drug activity, and maybe that was the case. I've seen nothing, and I mean zero evidence anywhere of any kind that would lead one to believe that it was drug related. People have all this wild speculation. I've seen the toxicology reports. I could tell you the blood alcohol content. I could tell you what they'd ingested, when they'd ingested, horrifying details about every aspect of that thing. There is nothing in the police report that I've seen, there was nothing in the investigation that I've seen that police found that led them to believe this was related to drug activity.
Okay, thank you. And what is your theory about why they tore down the house?
Okay, first of all, thank you, Robin, for giving me a chance to say this. I want this to be my mantra. I don't have any theories. I don't. I mean, do I, in my private moments, think, well, maybe this, whatever? Maybe, but I try not to. I wrote this book to be analytical, to be forensic, and to look at facts. That's why I did it. People say, did you go back and interview the people? And I said, no, why would I? What would somebody have to say 3 years after the fact? The emotion and all the horror, I feel for these people deeply as a parent and as a human being. I feel deeply. But what's that going to contribute to the solution? It's just like a surgeon doesn't operate on their own family, right? I mean, you have to have a standoff. And that's what I attempted with this book. I wanted to look at the facts, right? So I look at this thing now and say, I try not to have any theories. But when it comes to the house, there is a practical reality that time moves on. And there are crime scenes. There's probably 1,000 ongoing crime scenes as we're sitting here talking today across America, right? This case became an international sensation for various reasons. But at one point, somebody owned the house, and somebody's got to pay taxes on the house. Somebody's got to pay a mortgage on the house. And at some point, somebody said, look, time goes on. They took the house apart anyway. I mean, they took the sheetrock out. They took the flooring out. They took all these surfaces out. They took the interior of the house out anyways. So my only theory about why they took the house down is because it was owned by a private citizen who had nothing to do with these crimes. And at some point, 2 years down the line, he said, when do I get my property back? And there's no law in the state of Idaho or any other state in the United States that says they can just take the house forever.
Right.
Because we're going to ask questions about it in a podcast. So that's it. I have no theory. I'm just saying in practical terms, eventually every crime scene has to go back to what it was. And that's what happened here. I think.
All right, 1-1, you want to ask a question?
1-1, hit me, man.
Launch
Hit
too.
me.
Go ahead, 1-1.
Yeah. I got a quick question. It's actually not my question. It's from Tomboy Charm. Actually, brought up a point.
From whom? Tomboy Charm.
Tomboy Charm in the chat.
Okay.
In the chat. So
Right
the
on.
question, so we did a lot of discussion talking about the beer pong table. And from the evidence, right? You've seen more than any of us, and more of the documents, and I don't think anyone really disputes the fact that most likely, Kaylee and Maddie were killed in the, upstairs in Maddie's room. But there is all this, there is evidence that there was Kaylee's blood on the beer pong table. From what you have seen or evidence,
it's in the book.
Think, I know she ran downstairs.
Yeah.
No, she didn't run downstairs. Paulette Sutton's report is clear. Turvey's analysis is clear. Kaylee and Maddie, many reports say Kaylee and Maddie were killed on the 3rd floor. They never left the room. The killer, soaked in blood, left the room and went from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor. Along the way, transferred blood to the walls and to the shelf on the banister to the left. So the staircase goes down, doubles back. There is blood transfer on the doorway to the room, on the wall outside, on both sides of the hallway going down, on the wooden shelf. And oddly, this is weird, guys. We talk about it in the book, but there's also blood on the other side of that knee wall going from the 3rd floor to the 2nd wall. And I've looked at it 10 times.
Yeah,
I can't figure out how the hell that got there. It doesn't make any sense to me. But then it goes down to the bottom of the stairs. And then the bloodletting starts going across the living room through the beer pong table. So there is blood found on the beer pong table, including Xana's on the side edge, which is extraordinarily, statistically, extraordinarily difficult to explain how that got there if the table was upright. All the blood on the flat surfaces that was wiped up or, that was diluted with an unknown substance. I want to talk about that before we go. I'll come back to the blood spatter, okay?
Right.
Kaylee's blood, Maddie's blood, Xana's blood, and Ethan's blood were all found in common areas of the 2nd floor. Ethan was wearing white socks in bed. He never got out of bed and walked into the living room after the assault started. We know what happened with Xana because she was fleeing for her life. And the killer, in swinging the weapon, the edged weapon while he was attacking Xana, running across the living room, turning left and going down the hallway into her room, sprayed blood on the knee wall, on the shelf on top of the knee wall on the far side of the staircase. And all this is mapped out in the prosecution's report. I'm not making this up. This is Paulette Sutton's analysis that Dr. Turvey had a lot to say about. Her words were diluted with an unknown substance. None of the blood in the 3rd floor bedroom was diluted with an unknown substance. None. None of the blood in the 2nd floor bedroom was diluted with an unknown substance. None. Virtually all of the blood stains anywhere in the common areas of the 2nd floor were diluted with an unknown substance. And here's what I want to say. This is all in the book too, in much greater detail, but I think it's very important. And I've done these tests myself. I did a lot of analysis on this, just doing like Mythbusters type tests. Beer pong table, you've seen the pictures, knee wall at one end, kitchen wall at the other end. Xana had to go through that area to turn left. She either goes around the beer pong table and goes through the end, which is about 18 inches wide, or she goes to the left and goes by that little brass console with a lamp on it, and that's about 18 inches wide, while somebody's swinging a knife at her and she's fleeing for her life. Is it implausible? I would argue that it is very implausible. Then you look at the blood spatter, and I lined up a beer pong. I went to Costco and I bought the table, and I bought a sleeve of Solo cups. I set the whole thing up, and I got a substance that I approximated blood in terms of viscosity. And I tried to recreate that trajectory that projected those blood spatters on the walls. I tried diligently, and I couldn't do it. There's problems with this that I go into in the book. We don't have time now. I want to say this. Something that's diluted with an unknown substance is diluted, right? Blood has viscosity. It has thickness. It has characteristics that we know. Here's what I'm trying to say. When blood is transferred to another substance, either like a smear, for a better word, or it hits the wall and drips down. It drips down because it has mass. And the mass of the droplet being pulled by gravity can tell you the direction of the wound. If it hits and goes straight down, you're going straight at it and it drips straight down, right? 1-1. If it's going right to left, it means that the violence was going left to right. All of these were going straight down. What is bizarre about what you see on the second floor is those blood stains, those trails, have no geometry, nothing dried. They don't have a globule. You know, let's say you take a gram of blood, and the weight of the gram of blood drops down 6 inches when the mass is transferred to the sheetrock or to the surface. It runs out of steam and it stops, right? That's not advanced physics, right? But it dries, and when you look at that globule that's left, it has dimension. It's 3-dimensional. It's round. The trail itself has edges, right? This is no surprise to anyone, right? None of those have any of those characteristics. So is it possible they were somehow diluted with an unknown substance? I don't know. Is it much, much more likely that somebody wiped them off and removed that geometry and removed that mass and negated the viscosity of that fluid? That's a big question. And if so, who did? Who picked up the ping pong table? I don't know that people realize, but Bethany Funk in her second interview told investigators that the only thing she remembered was a loud noise and the sound of the beer pong table being moved and the sound of cups on the floor. She told police that.
Like the table got knocked over and spilled cups. Yeah.
She says I only know 3 things for sure, and one of them was that she heard the beer pong table being moved, that she heard a bang, which we hear on the 1112 camera, right? So is it possible the bang was the beer pong table while Xan is being assaulted? That was the bang that woke up Bethany. And then when she woke up, she heard them putting the table back together. That's what she said. That's not what I'm saying. That's what she told police. So there are a lot of questions.
All right.
Going back to it, we haven't even talked about the second floor, but it's a big issue.
Right. I want to, because I don't want to keep you forever, and I want to ask you a question that's got 3 possible answers or 3 possible avenues to talk about, and you pick one. Here they are. Unknown male blood found inside the house and a bloody glove outside in the driveway. Why was that excluded from the crime scene as being potential? The bathroom downstairs that was spotless. Who let Murphy in the house at 5 o'clock in the morning? And Sutton suggested that the murders were committed in the nude. Which one do you want to tackle out of all those?
I got to hit every one of them. I mean, come on, man. I got to at least tag him. I got to tag him. Come on now. Come on now. You got me.
I want you to tackle them all for sure.
Okay. So the very first one is the glove, the black polar glove that was found. I'm not sure if people realize, but this was found a significant period of time after the crimes occurred. I can't remember the exact date, but it was days. It was not hours. It was days, right? And because of where it was found and how it was frozen to the ground. All the reports suggest that somebody dropped a glove. I don't know if it was blood or DNA. I've seen the reports, but I never really took it very seriously because of the length of time that transpired. And I would say, if you're talking about gloves, you should talk about this. I'm not sure you know it, but I write about it in the book. Police found a pair of blue nitrile gloves in the trash can of the second floor bathroom. Did you guys know that?
Yeah.
Okay. One might wonder how they got there, right? When it comes to Brian Koberger and gloves and everything, I've never seen a guy in my entire life that had more black clothing, including hoodies and gloves and everything else. It's just, but going back to that one black glove, I think the reason it didn't get further pursued was because it was found so long after the fact that it was not plausible to include it in the investigation. So that's the glove. The second one was, let's go in order.
Fair.
What was the second one?
The unknown male blood that was inside the house on the banister or whatever going down to the floor. It was an unknown male blood B is what they called it.
Right. Well, first of all, you've got like Brian Kober is the perfect example. You've got 2 types of DNA, right? You've got STR and you've got SNPs. STR is basically a genetic fingerprint that you submit to CODIS. They find somebody else with the same STR profile, and you've got a match. The modern version of we got you, right? That's one part of DNA. The other part is called SNP, single nucleic, whatever the chemical term is for it. And that is the IgG. That's what you send and get a profile for you, me, and 23 when they tell you you're part Irish and part German and part whatever the case may be. So the genetics on this thing are a big problem to begin with. There is blood throughout the house. And I'll say this, not to be a know-it-all, but I was part of a DNA company. I was chief advocacy officer of a DNA company, which was a box where we would take the box to a crime scene and match DNA at the crime scene. So I worked for quite some time in the DNA business. And it's complicated. It's very, very complicated. So the answer to the question is there was blood all over this house that could not be identified to a single person, either because they couldn't match it to a database in which this person might be found, or because it was somehow compromised or degraded or conflicted. If you have 2 or 3 or 4 blood samples mixed together, it's very difficult in many circumstances to deconflict those profiles and match anything with anything else. So I don't think that says anything that there's an unidentified male DNA anywhere in the house, because there were a lot of things that were not identified. It's not nefarious. It's just
Fair.
the nature of that science.
Fair. Okay, 2 more then, right? Which is Sutton kind of, Turvey seems to say that Sutton's theory was that she was going with is that the killer was in the nude.
Right. I wrote that in a book because that's what Dr. Turvey said, right? And
yes, Turvey said, yeah.
You know, when you interview someone, it's not really fair to interview them and then change their thinking. But what he really said was, and I saw it. I saw the context of the comment, that he went back to Ann Sutton and said, or excuse me, Paulette Sutton, and said various things about how could the killer have got out of the house? How do you get completely soaked in blood to the point where you're tossing it around the second floor, soaked in blood? And from the time Xana, what we interpret to be 112 camera video at 4:17:32, is it? 4:17:30 something. From then to when we see the white car speeding away is maybe 3 minutes, and still had to kill them and get out of the house, get to the car, drive around, right? Very small period of time. So he went to her and said, how is it conceivable that not one cell of human DNA escaped the house? There was not a drop of blood found anywhere on the second floor of that house. How is that conceivable? How did the killer get out of the house without tracking this sea of blood on this large blood stain on the floor of Xana's room? How did they get out of the house covered in blood, throwing blood all over the walls, whatever else? How did they get out of the house wearing those clothes and not get a drop of blood anywhere? Not get a drop of blood in the white car, in Koberger's car, or his apartment, or his house in Albertsville? How is that conceivable? Like the knife sheath, DNA in a knife sheath was a very small number of human cells. It was essentially microscopic, right? So how is that possible? And Sutton's answer to Turvey, and I summarized, but this is very closely summarized, was that he took off his clothes and cleaned up. And that leads us to your next question, which is the bathroom on the first floor. Okay. So I don't know that she said specifically that he was running around the house naked committing these crimes, but that was the interpretation, that he took off his clothes, which means that he would certainly have had to have been naked, which does not comport with what Dylan Mortensen saw, a man clad head to toe in black, right? So there's major gaps, but that leads us to the first floor bathroom. You look at photographs of the third floor bathroom, it looks like a third floor bathroom for 4 college students living in a house, and 2 people shared it. Then you look at the second floor bathroom, and it looks the same, except that it has a washer and dryer, so it has clothing. But they're a mess. They got makeup, they've got toothpaste, they've got toothbrushes, they've got soap and loofahs and trash cans full of stuff and toilet paper. You go to the bathroom on the third floor, on the first floor, there is nothing. There are no towels, there are no floor mats, there's nothing on the racks. There's nothing on the sink. I think there was a small thing of soap on the sink. There's no toothpaste, no toothbrush, no makeup, no mirrors, other than the one on the wall. Nothing of any kind, and there is no toilet paper. So one might ask the question: how did 2 college students who had been out drinking by what their statements to police had been drinking all night, and they spent 8 hours in a bathroom with no toilet paper, without going to the bathroom in that period of time? So that bathroom when you see it, and I think these photographs are online now. I'm not sure how many are out there.
Yeah, there are quite a lot of the pictures of the bathroom and stuff.
Oh, so look at that bathroom. And I ask the average person, does it stand out as odd that bathroom is that clean? So Turvey, who will speak for himself more eloquently than I can, and Paulette Sutton talked about the fact that the killer may have gone downstairs and cleaned up in the bathroom, and that's where the naked running around the house nude thing came from. That's what that's about. Does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I had one extra question about Murphy because I thought it was interesting. We have so many questions in the chat. You could be here for forever because and people are telling me you have to address the questions in the chat, not your own questions. I'm like, I got more questions.
Like a Tommy Boy or whatever. That guy, the $100 question about the golf clubs. These people are giving you some really, really good questions.
Well, there
sure.
was real quick, if I can. Yeah. I'm sorry to interrupt. I didn't just to back off of what one said. At one point, I just want to make sure we're correct about this too. Was it there or was there not an amendment to Dr. Sutton's documents about the blood in the common room?
There were two.
About where they believed it was Xana's, and then it was amended to the point where then they in turn said that it was actually Kaylee's. Is that the way that was presented, or is it being read the wrong way?
I'll have to let him discuss that because it's very complex for this reason. She submitted a report, he submitted his report, and then they had to reconcile the two because Brady goes both ways. The defense gave that report to the prosecution. It went both ways. Then she responded to it saying the placards were moved and the numbers were wrong, and she got these things wrong because things were happening. But it devolved very quickly after that because they came up with the idea that he had taken his clothes off. She was logically trying to refute things that he said. He was logically trying to refute things that she said. And then it came down to DNA analysis, and and then it gets really complicated. But I can tell you this: one important thing is if you look at the beer pong table and where they found that blood stain in question, it is a diagonal stain looking from the kitchen toward the far wall on the left-hand side by that little brass console. And I like math and I love physics.
Sure.
And I cannot come up with a geometric construct that would explain in any way how that is conceivable, no matter whose blood it is. Mm-hmm. So I'm more concerned about the table than that specific wound. And I would also say, again, we're touching on things that are chapters in this book. But I do think somebody asked, one of your viewers, I hope, asked a question. Why did they find blood all over the walls and all over the various places of the house? Why was there no blood found anywhere on the common areas of the second floor? How's that possible?
Right.
And there are so many. So anyways, somebody with a great name or $100, give us a question.
Well, this question's a really good one, I thought, to you. Many of us would talk about the DoorDash delivery and time of death and whether Xana ate food or not. We don't hear anything in the records at all about stomach contents. If they were done, did they have digested food? Could we tell time of death by the digested food? Can you confirm? Did you see anything about the food in Xana's stomach, that she ate the food that was delivered supposedly at 4 a.m? Some people don't think that actually happened. What can you say about the food digested in the stomach?
I can say that I have, but that I can't discuss it. And I'm not avoiding the question. Okay. But I will say this, that, there's a photograph of the DoorDash bag on the kitchen counter that says Xana. I don't know if that's made it out into the public, but then there's a picture of the inside of the bag that shows what was in the bag. And then there's a picture of the stuff taken out of the bag and placed on the countertop. And then there's a picture of all kinds of food on the floor of her room where she was murdered. So I don't, you could argue that she ran down the hallway with French fries in her hand, and that's certainly plausible because of how quickly it happened. But I don't, in my personal opinion, just an opinion, I don't really see how the DoorDash food has anything to do with the crimes after she was attacked. Now, what time did the DoorDash food arrive? We know that because Molly McMichael delivered it, said so, and took a photograph of it, and we know that the bag was found on the counter, so we know it made it from downstairs up. And we know that happened at 4 a.m. So the DoorDash arrived at 4 a.m., right? Am I missing something here, guys? Maybe I'm forgetting
that's right.
something, but
No,
Well,
I think
no. It is
Excuse me.
established. It is established, but and we don't need to go into it. There was established about she ordered the food around 2:00. It didn't get delivered till 4:00, whether she actually ate it or not. Cell phone. Anyways, there's a lot of theories about what happened, and it's too much
Right.
for this. I do want to ask this question.
that's getting
because
great
Jules-
questions, and I could answer them. It's getting a little bit in the weeds for where we are right now, if you ask me.
Sure. Jules from True Crime Reactions had put in a public records request and obtained a bombshell type audio from about 2:27 to 3 something in the morning. It contained horrific screams that were heard on the 1112 audio that many people believe were consistent with the sound of the murders that you would expect to hear. And the utter lack of those same kind of sounds during the murder window between 4 and 4:20. Are you aware of that audio that surfaced? And
Yeah,
what are
I'm
your
very
thoughts on that?
okay. We got to get to if you're going to bring this up, you just keep opening these cans, guys. I mean, you keep opening these cans. We could do this for days. I mean, it takes a lot to talk about 440 pages of a book. Two things. One, if you look at if you look at the 112 ring cam video, you can find screaming, yelling, what sounds like fights, going back hours. It sounds like a neighborhood of drunken college kids on a Saturday night. I wonder why. It was a neighborhood of drunken college kids on a Saturday night, right? That's what it was. So picking out one thing that happened at 2:18 or 2:15 in the morning was not unlike it. I mean, I listened to the tape and I kept saying, holy shit. I mean, what? I was shocked at how much noise was going on all night long on that street. And then you realize it's a main pathway between all the different parties that were going on, right? It was a very busy place. But I'll say this, that we know unequivocally, based on a video that Dylan Mortensen took, a video that she took on the 3rd floor at 2:11. Yeah, I think it was 2:11. We can place the various people at various places in the house at various times. And we know, I think we know, I talk about it in the book. Do we know the calls that she made at 2:18 in the morning or 2:30 in the morning? Do we know about those calls? The 17-minute phone call?
The Kaylee's calls? Yeah,
No.
Kaylee's call to Jack DeCour for 17.
Yes. Is that widely known?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes, widely known, yes.
So then you have timestamps of when the women were alive. So if you're going to match up the screams and the killing to the 112 camera, it only tells, in my opinion, it only tells you one thing. This is what it sounds like when somebody is outside screaming, and this is what it sounds like when somebody's inside screaming, right? And how do you tell the difference? Why is that important? Because it tells you what the dog sounded like. Because Murphy the dog, to get back to Murphy the dog is a critical element in trying to figure out what happened. Critical.
Mm-hmm.
So we can talk about Murphy the dog all you want, but I don't think people have talked about that dog enough. It's a very big deal.
Well, Murphy's a $1 million question. How did Murphy have full access to the house? Why didn't he track blood all over the house? You brought up a point in the book that goes overlooked very, very easily. If Dylan ran downstairs with Bethany and stayed there the rest of the night, then who let Murphy back in the house at 5-ish in the morning? Because it seems like Murphy was outside the house. If the sliding glass door had been closed, how did Murphy get back in the house? You kind of asked the question, was somebody still in the house? So it begs the question. Either Dylan lied and she did go back up and let him in. That's a problem. Or somebody else let the dog in, and that's a problem.
Okay, it's a problem either way, because here, guys, listen, the dog is outside till 5 in the morning, right? And Brian Koberger, according to everything that we know, Brian Koberger ran out of the house sometime around 4:19, 4:20 in the morning, sometime, within a couple minutes, right? He ran outside, left the door open, and when Hunter Johnson and the police arrived, the door was still open. And Dylan said she went downstairs to the 1st floor, so nobody was upstairs to close the door. Fair enough? If the back door to the house is open, why is Murphy the dog outside barking for 40 minutes later? And why would he go inside? I mean, he went inside he lived in that house. If the door was open, it's plausible he would have gone inside. So there are a lot of questions about when the door to the 2nd floor from the kitchen outside was opened, why, and let me throw this at you. I mentioned this. I mean, I got deep into this thing. You know, because you've read it. I got deep into this thing. Let me just ask another question about the doors. 2 witnesses were very clear. One, I think many people know, a witness walked by the house between 9 and 11 on Sunday morning and said that he was very, very certain that he looked up and saw the front door of the house was wide open. 9 to 11 Sunday morning. before 911,
Right.
as the girls were asleep
Right.
in Bethany's room, right? Okay. The door was closed when Hunter arrived, and he may or may not have punched in the code, but the door was closed when he went into the house. We know that as well, right? So how did that get, was the door open? How did it get closed? That's one issue. Here's the thing about the second floor. Found open when police arrived at noon. I have a photograph that shows the thermostat in the kitchen. It's next to the refrigerator, kind of in the hallway between the fridge and Dylan's room. And it suggests that the thermostat was 69 degrees. It was 68 or 69. It's very hard to tell, but that's what it suggests. Now, anybody who's lived in a cold climate, I think you guys are, where are you guys in LA? In California, right? No, 1-1, you're in New York. You know.
Yeah, I'm in New York. Yeah.
I can tell you right now, everything about the weather that night. At 4 o'clock in the morning, it was 28 degrees. I think it was 82% relative humidity. I can tell you the moon illumination. I can tell you the fog. I tell you everything. I got the full report of that. It was 28 degrees at 4 o'clock in the morning. 28 degrees. If the thermostat is approximately 12 feet from that open door in a 3-story house, that means that thermostat was running full blast from 4 o'clock in the morning, from 4:17 in the morning, 4:20 in the morning, until police arrived at noon. It's 28 degrees outside in Idaho, and the sliding glass door is wide open, meaning the thermostat is reading the cold air coming in through the sliding glass door. That thing is going to be pumping heat for 8 hours. Fair enough?
Yeah.
That house would have been smoking hot on the 3rd floor, and it wasn't.
Yeah. Right.
So I don't know. I shouldn't be introducing other things at this
That's
stage.
a
I
good
mean,
point.
we've been talking about this. These people on this thing, you've been talking for 4 hours. You got to get rid of me, man. Okay,
There's a lot of people that are asking questions about
Apache.
Yeah, was the video that you heard redacted or not? Because we've been getting videos on public records requests that have redactions where they mute out parts so we can't hear what's being heard or not. And a lot of people are asking questions about, are you aware that out in the public, what's been released to the public have muted sections that they haven't explained why they're muting it? What was the thing that they were protecting in the muted section of the audio? Why can't we hear unmuted stuff? Are you aware of any of these issues?
Which video? I have tons and tons of video. Which video?
Dago might have a better hang on the particular one that has been asked like 10 times in the chat. Do you know about that particular audio, Dago?
I don't have much of anything that.
The one that
I
was
haven't
about
seen much of anything that was redacted.
It was the redacted audio that I believe the one that Jules got that was muted. Do you remember?
Yeah, but
12 o'clock.
I think that's what they're talking about. There was
What,
one
like
video
the 12
that was-
o'clock, the 12 a.m. to 2:30 or something?
I believe.
From 1119.
Yeah, the 1112 camera.
Yeah.
Or the
Okay.
Yeah.
No, that's what I was just talking about. I didn't know that it had been redacted. I suspect it was redacted because there's people that were not involved yelling and screaming and talking and laughing, and some names, they might have been identifiable because of that, and they were not related in any way. So I think there's nothing nefarious. I think police were just redacting that because you can hear voices. Like I said, I listened to the whole night. And I mean, there's a lot happened. I mean, it was a busy night on King Road.
Yeah, it was
Queen
between
Road.
12 and 2:30.
So if anything was redacted,
Yeah.
I've heard the whole tape unredacted, and I didn't hear anything that surprised me except how much noise there was. I mean, it was screaming, yelling, laughing, there's everything. So, but speaking of video, we haven't talked about the mysterious SUV, and I guess it's probably too late, but there's a lot going on with video that people don't know about at all.
That's
Is it going to come out? I
SUV
mean, do we just
ridiculous.
have to ask the right public records?
No. Most of it's not police tape. It's on YouTube. There's stuff in YouTube that people have seen. They just don't understand what it means.
As
Got
far
a
as
comment
like
here from the custody queens. By the way, I think.
Wait.
we've got an interview with
Chris is the
custody queens
best. The
coming
book
up.
is the okay. Custody queens. I'm gonna pay you $19.99. Nice thing to say. Let's give her 5 questions.
Yeah, I'd love to have the custody queens to be able to get that. Of course, they've got an interview coming up with you, so they're probably going to ask a bunch of their own. But we love. the custody
This is
queens on
custody
show.
queens. Oh yes, I love these
Yes.
guys.
Yeah,
They're brilliant.
Yeah,
right.
They're
the only lawyers
Yeah.
I ever met that I really actually wanted to talk to.
Well, you're going to get an opportunity, I believe, to talk to them very soon, and we're excited to see what you do
very
with them.
bright
And
people. Very bright.
yes, yeah. So, and in fact, for those who don't know, the Custody Queens and myself are going to be getting together after you do your interview with them to kind of talk about and compare notes. So we'll keep working together after that. Any last minute questions we want to have? I mean, how you doing for stamina? Are you hanging in there?
You talking to me?
Because nobody wants to let you go, and nobody wants to let you go until you say you have to go to bed or something.
Yeah, well, look, you don't know me, but I got stamina. Yeah,
you got stamina. Nice.
So,
well, listen, I've worked in 5 war zones. I've traveled and worked in 75 countries for intelligence agencies, war zone. I mean, no, this is fun. I love this. I just don't want to take up all your time.
I've got to. Oh, no, we're not letting you go until you tell us to cut off the fucking feed.
we can go into the black SUV.
We could go in. Yeah, I got a great question, but let's go. Yeah, if you want to go there, let's go SUV right now. Let's do it.
Well, you brought it up. What's the question?
Well, you already teased it a little bit about the signature sound of the SUV, and it comes and goes.
Yeah,
it sounded like you had more to say about.
I have a lot more to say about it because this is already out there, but I think it's misunderstood. There were 2 SUVs, one of which was actually questioned by Ann Taylor's office. Ann Taylor found out about this SUV that was seen before or after, but it's very difficult to tell what people are talking about. When Molly McMichael went to the house and was walking up and down the road on the video camera, 1112, right? She comes back, she does her thing, she's interviewed, and she said she saw a sedan, drove right by her, she looked in, saw this guy, which one might imagine, looking at the video, could have been Brian Koberger or could have been the killer, except that he has sandy brown hair, not black hair. So police responded by saying, well, it couldn't have been him, therefore it couldn't have been a sedan because that would be too confusing, so it had to be an SUV. So the SUV entered the picture during discussion among investigators relative to Molly McMichael seeing a vehicle with somebody. Okay, you with me so far?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Yep. Then we get to the point in Dylan Mortenson's story where she runs downstairs and they ask her during, I think it was the third interview, it was a recorded interview. She says it in her own voice. And basically at the end of a 2-hour conversation, one of the detectives asked her if they missed anything. It's a typical question, right? What did we forget to ask you? And she says, well, there is that one thing. And that one thing is that I looked out the window and I saw a black truck, or at least I think it was a truck. It might, whatever. She saw a vehicle and tried to describe the vehicle. None of that matters except for this, or it matters to me except for this. She knew the specific time that she saw it. She knew specifically when she saw it. She didn't know when or how or why, but she knew the time, which struck me as odd. So I started thinking to myself, once I heard that, I said, well, wait a minute, there's a lot of other video cameras. Let me look into this. And this is where it became confusing. So if you watch the 112 camera, everybody knows this now, I think, at what is it, guys, help me out, 4:20 and something, the white car goes screaming down the road, right?
Yeah.
4 minutes after that, you hear a very loud engine and you see an SUV following in trace. It goes down approximately 4 minutes later. I think it's 4:24 roughly. But this video is on the internet. I think you all know what I'm talking about. You've all seen it, right? Yeah. Then you go back to the Linda Lane video camera. We know the Linda Lane picked up the white car coming up and driving around, whatever else. If you follow the Linda Lane video past 4:20, you see somebody walk out. They walk around the back, and it's hard to see, but you can definitely tell it's a person, and you can definitely tell they're wearing what appears to be a backpack. They go to the back of this. It's a full-size, boxy SUV that's actually gray, and I say that because I found it during daylight. And they open the tailgate, they put something in the back, they go to the driver's side. When they get in the driver's side, they no longer have what appeared to be a backpack. So it's plausible they were wearing a backpack, they put it in the back, they get in the driver's side, they back out, they drive down, and so you see them leaving Linda Lane, a parking spot in the parking lot, and it goes down by the house. You hear the engine. The only thing that stands out is the engine. It's very loud, and you hear it on the Linda Lane video. You hear it on the 112 video. It goes down, it turns right. Instead of turning left and going up Walenta, as the white car did, it turns right, and it goes up Taylor Road. And we know this because you go back to the dumpster camera video, and at approximately my time hacks are off, but within seconds, you see it crossing the dumpster video going up Taylor Road. You with me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So you watch the video 3 or 4 minutes longer. That truck turns around and it comes back and it goes back the other direction past the dumpster video. It comes back up and goes into it drives into the view of the 1112 video, and it drives up past out of the field of view of that camera. But the odd thing is the engine is so loud, it stands out to everybody, including witnesses that we'll get to. And then that SUV, you hear the engine, the engine slows down, sounds like it's idling. And then you can hear it accelerating a little bit, like it's backing up or like it's trying to parallel park. Something's happening, and you can hear the exertion of the engine because of the bad exhaust, either custom exhaust or broken exhaust. I don't know. And then it stops. It doesn't drive away. It stops, meaning outside the field of view, which means proximity to 1122, right? Then you hear what I interpret. We'll put you guys, you're the experts. We'll put you on it. But you hear what, once the engine stops, you hear what sounds like a door slamming or, a door closing. And many people already know about this. Many people have already discovered this video. What I have not seen yet is that if you watch the entire video from Linda Lane, that vehicle returns to its original parking spot at 6:30, 2 hours later, and a person gets out the driver's side without a backpack and walks back down in front of that building toward 1122. And I don't mean to suggest that it, necessarily was going there, but that building, and forgive me guys, are those is that the Whites? What's that apartment building between 1122 and the Linda Lane camera? What's that building?
Queen Road.
Queen Road Apartments, right?
Yes,
There's no door on that side. So whoever walked out of the SUV and went down that way was not going to that building. Right. So trying to explain why somebody would get up at 4:20 in the morning, walk out to that SUV, get in the SUV, drive away, be gone for 3.5 minutes, turn around and come back and park in direct proximity to the house, and then get up 2 hours later and get back in the SUV and drive it back to its original parking spot is certainly perplexing, if you ask me. So that's another thing that you and your viewers could do. You could run down that video and try to find some more information. That it may be nothing. I think it may be very important.
Gotcha. Very interesting. Very interesting.
I lost.
Lee, you're muted. Lee, you're muted.
Lee.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. I was just saying I need some mod. Are you kidding? No, I got stamina too, sir. No, like what I want to say is like there's a lot of questions and I can't keep up with concentrating on you and your answers and taking notes while the chat's blowing up over here. I need some mods to pin some things real quick.
Well, I do have a question from Lana at Truth and Transparency. She is very, very active in the community. She's done a lot for the true crime community, and she's extremely intelligent individual. She was wondering, based on what you have seen of all the material, would you agree that the documents that have been released really do not tell much of the story at all? I mean, I can just imagine how much vast information is still out there. So would you agree that that is the case, that what we've been given is just kind of the tip of the iceberg?
Okay, you guys ask 1.5 questions. I get 1.5 answers. Is that okay?
Yeah.
The answer is yes. I would agree with that. The second is this. I got a bone to pick with Lana. I've watched all her stuff. I think she's insightful, brilliant, and I really haven't spent a lot of time looking at this discussion intentionally. I didn't really want to chase all the stuff that was going on out there in the world, but every once in a while the algorithm would trigger something. Anyways, I watch many of her podcasts, and I'm a huge fan. I think, Lana, if you're listening, I assume you're listening now. I think you're insightful. I think you've done some remarkable work, and I'm a big fan of what you've done. But my guys, whoever does the, whoever set me up with you, Lee, and thank you, whoever set me up with all you guys, reached out to her, and she blew me off. So I'm a big fan, but I wish you hadn't blown me off.
Wow.
And when I saw her come in, I thought, oh, I bet you there could be a moment where she's like, shit, maybe I should have said yes to this guy. But
no, anybody would say, who's this Witkum guy? Why would I want to talk to him? I was just trying to say yes. You're absolutely right. It's not even a small representation.
We do have a lot of respect.
But I think you've done extraordinary work. I'm great respect. Nothing but respect.
Yeah, she is great. She's absolutely great. I do want to do one quick business, by the way. I just found out that we're being restreamed by other YouTubers without permission, where they're not even commenting. They're just playing this like it's their own interview. Shut it down now, or you're going to get reported for copyright. You can't just stream it without providing your own commentary. So please shut that down.
No,
have to stop
that will not be allowed at all. So cease and desist immediately.
Well, if somebody wants, anybody can call me. I'm happy to talk to various people. I do find it interesting, and I've got to say this right now that, she just said, didn't know you reached out. Lana, is it Lana? Forgive me. Is it Lana? Lana. Forgive my mispronunciation, but I'd love to talk to you. Again, a big fan. But I will say that I talked to a reporter from Fox Digital today for a long time. I've talked to quite a people, and Lee, we've spent 4 hours together now. I mean, this is insane. It's crazy how much time we spent together.
I love it, man.
And we still haven't touched. We haven't touched whole sections of large parts of this book. There's a lot. There's a lot here.
Yes, absolutely. There's again, the questions will never stop. We can be here all night, and it looks like Lana will work something out with you. So I'm glad about that. That's a great thing for you and for her. Lana's a top-notch investigator. She does great stuff.
She really is.
And stuff like that. And
I've been astonished.
That'll be a great thing for us.
Together we could probably answer an awful lot of questions. But and there's so many guys. I feel so fortunate. I didn't really know much about this world, but just because I've been buried, I did another true crime book before this. So for the last 2 years, I've really been buried in an analog world, literally sitting in front of paper all day long or files. And I've been so incredibly impressed with all of you and the people that I've met just going through this. I think it's remarkable what you do. And I'm grateful that that you've engaged this conversation.
I appreciate that. I got $1 million question for you. People want to know what your thought is, and maybe you don't want to give opinions. You just want to give the facts and whatever. But the question is, if Bryan Kohberger had not pled guilty and just allowed his attorney to do her thing, would he have been convicted, you believe, in a trial?
Well, somebody said a grand jury could convict a ham sandwich. We all know that one, right? And I think Mark Twain said something like, the difference between guilt and innocence is the amount you can afford to pay, or something along those lines. Mm-hmm. I've been in a lot of trials in my life on both sides. I was a victim in a thing and prosecuted quite a number of cases. Testified in a death penalty case with Oscar Ray Bolin, a murderer who was actually executed. In my experience, there's no way to tell. I've seen people that were absolutely guilty that got off, and people that I thought were obviously innocent that got convicted. So my opinion wouldn't be worth the oxygen I spent in saying it. I have no idea. Does that mean it's right or wrong? No. The system has, I always say the American justice system is the best in the world, but it's not perfect. So I don't know. I think based on this right now, what we know and where this book is going to take inquiry, I think it's going to generate a lot of those questions. I do.
Yeah. Jen has a great question. Is there something that we haven't, you've been letting us ask the question. Is there anything that you wished we would have asked you, or you wish you had a chance to talk about that we haven't asked you tonight?
Jen 7S, great question. And I think if you'd asked me this an hour ago or 2 hours ago, I probably, something would have come to the top of my mind. Let's see now, if I could, great question. I think it comes down to the common areas of the second floor, because we know so much about certain things. What we don't know is why the area from the threshold by the kitchen, by the bottom of the stairs, Dylan's room, the bottom of the stairs, the kitchen, that there's a 6-inch threshold, 8-inch threshold. From there across the living room, turning left into Xana's room. Why does that look so dramatically different from anything else in the two primary crime scenes? It's a big issue. And I think if there's one thing that I would focus on for 2 hours or 3 hours or 4 hours, it would be that. Something happened in that house. Many things, horrible things happened in the house. One thing happened in that house that is, I don't see how any person could explain it based on the common, where we are right now, not where we're going to be tomorrow, but where we are right now. The middle part of that house is so dramatically different than the third floor bedroom and the second floor bedroom. It begs inquiry. So Jen, great question. That's what I would look into.
What about the latent shoe print outside of Dylan's room that Joe the British one says?
Who is this Joe the British one? First of all, I'm an Anglophile. I've lived in London twice in my lifetime. Love it. Joe the British one. Love it. I was hoping nobody would ask me about this because I have a lot to say. I touch on it in the book, but I have to be very careful what I say. Oh God, I don't want to screw you on this thing, but it's very important, and I think there is a very clear answer. I just can't tell you what it is right now. I'm not saying I don't know. I'm saying it's too much to discuss in this short period of time.
Alicia JLA says, did Chris have access to Brian's interview after his arrest? And if so, was there anything of importance in it? And did he actually say he can't wait to be exonerated?
Yes, and kinda. I think it's very difficult so there's two things. You can look at a report. So let's just look at some of the investigation. Detective interviews. Let's look at the Dylan Mortensen interview. She was interviewed by Officer Nunez in a body camera video when he arrived. Then she was interviewed that afternoon at the police station. Then she was interviewed twice after. You have two things. You have the interview on a body camera video. Then you have his transcription, or not a transcription. Then you have his report of the interview in his initial report. And then you have the recordings of her interviews. And then you have the transcripts of the recordings of the interviews. And I can tell you, if you're writing books, people are going to come up and they're going to go, well, this isn't right. He didn't say this. He didn't say that. And I would say, well, you figure out what they said, right? Because they're all so different. And police reports have spelling errors and everything else. So my answer is this. There were recordings, and then there are transcripts, and then there were reports. And they don't all match up. So Brian Koberger did express, in his own way, he doesn't have a conversation the way many people do. I mean, he communicated in very, what would we would say, his communications were not as free-flowing as ours are, maybe, right? He did have behavioral issues that are widely reported. So the answer is yes, I did. The answer is no, I did not hear him say those specific words, but certainly implied that he didn't do it. Yes.
I had to mute one of several of my panelists because I heard a lot of typing and I couldn't figure out who was doing it. So I just muted about 3 people because I couldn't figure out which one did it. One of them was doing it. I do want to ask a kind of like a way out of left field question. You brought up in the book very, very, very briefly the idea that Maddie Mogan had an Instagram account that mentioned for 18 plus content. This is more launching from your book, talking about her Instagram account, an OnlyFans account. On the Instagram account, it had been shown that we've seen that she said, for my 18 plus content, see my OnlyFans account. Kaylee apparently had a OnlyFans account as well. I'm going to throw a complete crazy curveball at you. If that bottom bedroom that didn't have any clothing in it whatsoever had only a bed, were they filming OnlyFans content there? And could a motive for murder be somebody who had been shamed into an embarrassing extortion? Because you mentioned extortion. There was an extortion element of this case that popped up and nobody knows what the extortion was. Did somebody get talked into a stroke video that they said, now I'm going to show this to your family if you don't pay us money. And extortion was the element. And it wasn't a rage kill because of jealousy, but a rage kill because F you for extorting me.
Easy answer, no. Easy answer, no. The reason this came up, first of all, I never said that she had an adult content thing. I quoted other people saying that. I don't know if she did or not. I'm quoting other people. And OnlyFans only came up once in the book, and it came up through an FBI agent who did a profile of this, and during the course of the investigation was talking about behavioralist aspects. Because if you're going to look at victims, you look at their lives and say, well, who might have hated them enough to do these things, right?
Right.
So the only reason that any of this ever came up was police asked during the course of the investigation numerous people if there was anything like this going on, because they have to ask every question, right? I mean, they're not suggesting, they just have to ask those questions. And numerous people asked the question if they were selling photographs of their feet online. And they said, what are you talking about? Do people actually do that? And that was that was more than adequately investigated, whether or not people, one or more people in the house were selling photographs of their feet on one of these sites. But there's never been a suggestion in any way, in any file, in anything that I have ever seen that suggested any of them were doing any kind of, more significant things one might expect to see on a plus 18 site. That never came up in anything I've ever seen. It was the feet.
Perfect. So please ask Chris, what does he expect to come out of this book, if anything? Just to keep digging, or does he think it'll do any good?
Okay, great. Another great question. I'm so impressed with these, the people that tune into this. And thank you for asking that question. I can't say at this stage in my life that I'm really happy that I wrote the book, to be honest with you. It was a year of my life, and I don't want to be a lightning rod for anything. I felt that I had to do this. I felt compelled to do it. I'm not a crusader, but I believe in things. I spent most of my life dedicated to the Constitution and to what I felt was right and wrong. And a lot of that time I spent in law enforcement, a lot of that time I spent in the intelligence community or working in violent enterprise. So I look at this and say, what do I get out of it? What do I get out of this book? And somebody would say, well, you're doing it for the money. And I'd say, well, I'm a writer, for Christ's sakes, right? But I could write a book about anything. I don't have to write a book about this. I write memoirs, novels. I write, AI logarithm. I don't know, whatever. It's none of those things. I don't have to do anything at this stage in life. When I found out about this and I was let into the files, I felt a moral and I felt an ethical imperative to try and help the system do what the system is supposed to do. What do I hope comes out of this book? Exactly what we're doing right now. I want to talk to people who believe in the same things that I believe in, which is truth and justice. And you can believe me or not, I couldn't give a shit what you think. I'm telling you, I believe in this stuff. And I'm willing to take what comes in with all this discussion, with all the lunatics out there on the various sites that say whatever they want to say. Go ahead, say anything you want. But I believe this is going to lead to answers here, and I believe it's going to add. I think we as a whole, my goal is that we as a whole find a new way of looking at these cases where it's not sensationalized stuff that pops up on these tabloid sites, that we look at these and say, we believe in mechanism. One thing I point out in the book, I've got to say this because it's such a great question, but one thing that I point out in this book is that there is no single certification or designation for crime scene homicide specialist in the United States. And I say that, I quote it in the book, I read about it specifically. The National Institutes of Justice, which oversees ostensibly all of this, has been very specific, saying we need a set of rules and regulations and criteria and process to be better at doing these things wherever they pop up. So I believe in the system, and I believe we'll make progress. And this happens to be the case for me personally. This happens to be the case where we're starting. So that's what I believe. for what it's worth.
We got another $50 donation for the question. What do you mean Brian had behavioral issues specifically?
Great question. Two things. One is what is widely talked about, and one thing that I talk about in the book that I don't think most people know. Many people know. I'm not a psychiatrist, psychologist, whatever, but my wife is a PhD psychologist. She does this for a living. And I've talked to her at great length about his characteristics. I don't know how to talk about, in politically correct terms, what spectrum issues are. But Ann Taylor, in one of the motions in limine, tried to get the judge to rule that they couldn't refer to her client as a psychopath because everybody was calling her client a psychopath, which is interchangeable with a sociopath for the most part, and is not a psychotic, which is a break in reality, right? It's not a mental illness. It is a behavioral characteristic spectrum, right? Brian Kohberger, by all accounts, including his own defense attorney's accounts, fell within that spectrum. So when he sits in court and he stares at the wall, he looks off, the way he interacted with the cop and asking questions when he got pulled over for the traffic violation, everything that people see with the selfies, with the hoodies and whatever else, those are all clear demonstrations of that behavioral issues. I say issues because I don't have the terminology because I'm not a specialist, but I will say that is the way the criminal justice process treated him from the time he was indicted until the time he pled guilty. Is that more clear?
Yeah. Yeah.
And one thing that I think a lot of people don't know is that toward the end, just prior to his change of plea, he underwent a significant psychological evaluation, which has not been widely discussed, but is probably quite prominent. So what I'm saying is I don't have the expertise to tell you specifically what behavioral issues means. It means something between all of the mainstream media representations of him as being bizarre or a freak or whatever else, and then discussion to the point where his own defense attorney has to go before Judge Hippler and file a motion saying that the prosecution can't refer to him as a psychopath, and then all the behaviors that we've seen.
Right.
So what I'm saying is that there are behavioral issues, and that exceeds my pay grade.
Did you get to see surveillance that the public has not seen? And is there neighborhood surveillance mounted on other apartments? Was there another camera other than the 1112 or traffic cam?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of it. There is a lot of it. And, there's a lot of video from around town. Some of it's probably on the internet. There's a bank, there's a downtown video where you see kids walking up and down the street.
Right.
The police, various investigative agencies, I'm not going to say who, surveilled a fair number of people during the course of the investigation, and I've seen surveillance video of people that you don't know about. And I've seen, I've not seen any surveillance video that you don't know of that directly impacts the case, except if you look at an extended view of the 112 camera video, apparently it's been redacted. And if you look at an extended version of the Linda Lane video, which for a long time was on the internet, was on YouTube, and if you look at a long-term extension of the video on the dumpster video, what is referred to the dumpster, I think that's also Linda Lane, but you know what I mean, the dumpster video, looks down Taylor Road, towards Taylor Road. If you look at those, there is a lot more information than people have found. So I'm going to say I've seen Lana has looked into a lot of this stuff.
Yeah.
And but there is a lot out there that you don't know about. I've not seen anything that directly impacts the investigation. No.
Is there any more within the neighborhood of the 1112 and 1122 house, like within that area, that general vicinity there that you know of?
Well, I'll say I haven't seen the entire file because it's vast. But from what I've seen, which is relevant, I would say most relevant portions of this.
Sure.
I've never seen it. If there is, I haven't seen it.
Gotcha. Thank you.
I know that we've got a whole bunch of requests that they want you to play the guitar for us.
Oh, come on now.
I know they're like, they tell them to play the guitar.
Well, we'll save that for another time.
Oh, yeah.
You know, they say
I thought you were going for it.
No. I mean, I've got a great band and I love playing guitar and stuff, but I'm not going to, I've made a fool of myself probably enough now, but I do love music. I think music is a lifelong thing. I played in bands my whole life.
Agreed.
And I enjoy it a lot. So thanks for asking about the guitars and stuff like
Makes
that.
the world go round.
Yeah, listen.
Yeah.
In this business, you got to do something, right? You look at
Yeah.
this file the way I have for the last 8-10 months. I need a little guitar.
Do
Yeah.
you
I
expect
bet.
anything else to come from this case at this point, Chris?
Well, hang on a second. Just a third Apache. Did he read or hear the interview with Brian and PA by law enforcement? Sorry, I don't have tons of money to spare. Well, $5 is plenty of money in my book. And yes, I've had exposure to it. I'm not going to say what I've had exposure to, because remember, I've got a lot of this information from sources, two of whom have been very generous. But I could say certain things, and it would probably lead to problems for them. So I'm not going to say what it is. But I've had broad exposure to what Brian Koberger said at various times.
Good to know.
Very good. Very good.
Okay, what is this? They claim 1255 to 12 is silent, no sound, not redacted, no sound. 1255 to 225.
Yeah, they actually gave a file to Jules with no audio whatsoever and said that they basically that's all they have. The file doesn't have audio, and kind of gave her a runaround, I think, on that entire section of. So it's not just a redaction of some parts of it. It's like there's no audio on the thing at all.
It's from the 11.
In fact, I think she even dug a little further.
Yeah, the answer is I don't know.
I think she even dug and proved that they do have the audio, but
I could check.
All right,
but I don't know. I know I have audio around. Far before this all happened. I don't know if there's any silence. I don't remember that.
In 2023, this is from Nomadic Duckman. In 2023, a defense investigator claimed Bethany had exculpatory evidence. Do you know what it was? Thank you for writing the book. And by the way, I do know a lot of us think that Bethany left the state very, very quickly, lawyered up, and had exculpatory evidence, and they were trying to get her to go back, and there was arguments about whether she was fighting being brought back. Do you know anything about that exculpatory evidence Bethany may have had?
I know about trying to think of how I'm going to phrase this. First of all, there's nothing wrong with lawyering up, right? I mean, somebody getting a lawyer is not evidence of anything except they're being smart. And if I had been in that house through all of that, I'd be getting the hell out of town too in a hurry, right? Plus, they closed down her house. I mean, she had no place to go. She went to a motel the first night, and she had to get out of town. So I see nothing unusual about when she left, how she left, or anything else. And she did get a lawyer immediately, or very, very, very quickly. And I've heard all those interviews. And I will say they are compelling in many, many, many different ways. But I don't see any, in terms of exculpatory evidence, I think there's tremendous amounts of exculpatory evidence in what she says. And I brought up one of those things, and that's the beer pong table. Her bedroom was beneath it. If she told investigators that she heard a loud bang, then heard the beer pong table being moved and heard beer cups moving around, that means that she could hear everything that happened on that second floor. Now, was she asleep until the beer table perhaps was flipped over, as we heard down the street? That was the bang. I don't know, but it was not pursued. So could we say she offered information during those interviews that I, as an investigator, would have looked into in great detail? Yes. But exculpatory meaning she said something specifically that would have helped exonerate Brian Koberger. I never heard anything like that, no.
This question, I think, and Blue Eyed Candy asks, not sure if it's been asked, but what do you believe caused the stripe-like marks across Kaylee Gonzalez's mouth? Steve even kind of hinted like this with his motion with his hand that somebody had done this to her face and left marks, ligature marks or whatever on her face. Did you see this in the photos, and what can you say?
Well, I've seen what I believe to be every photos, and it would be very difficult. Kaylee, you're talking about Kaylee.
Yes.
Yeah, Kaylee. Yeah. That's why someone was suggesting it was a golf club, because golf club has those lines. You know,
the only thing I could say about it without being ruthlessly awful in trying to say it is that it would have been virtually impossible to identify any single mark on her face.
Wow.
I think that's impossible.
Yeah, I mean, And to say what you didn't say, one of the officers said they couldn't even tell what they were looking at. That Kaylee was so disfigured that they couldn't tell what they were looking at.
Yeah, and I would agree with that. There's no way. I will say there are those 4 signature wounds on each of the 2 were proximal to her face, and you could at one point during autopsy tell what they were, and they were extraordinary, right? But I don't think it is. Based on everything I've seen, and I've seen, I mean, I don't want to get into it. I don't think it's possible that you could discern one specific injury to her face. I don't think so.
Good point.
Yeah, fair enough.
Do you?
Wow.
Do
And
you
it's, yeah, go ahead, Diego.
just real quick, I'm sorry. Do you expect, Chris, or see a possibility of anything more coming from this case in the future at any point, possibly?
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Are you?
You've done tremendous work.
Yeah.
I really want to say, Chris,
Yes.
I mean, I never thought I'd get 4 hours of your time on this, on top of the, good Lord, man, you've done so much work on the book, and for you to spend time like this answering questions. And I know you got other shows lined up and you got more work to do. Bless you for doing what you've done. You've opened up huge amounts of inquiry, which we're going to be chewing on for a long time. And I do think that there's more coming out, and I think we're just the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, I would say the book's the tip of the iceberg, and I would say this, guys, look, the way the book world works at my level is you sell a book and you get an advance, and that's probably all you're ever going to get, right? So I've already gotten paid to write the book. I'm not going to get anything. I could sell 1 copy or 100, but I would say talking about this is one thing, but the book lays things out in a manner that makes sense and will generate conversation moving forward in a way that is constructive, right? And I think you guys have read the book. I hope you would agree with that. Talking about this in a podcast is one thing because we're hitting on individual points, but it's not laid out. It's a jigsaw puzzle. And we've talked about individual collaborations of pieces, but I have tried in the book to lay out the larger picture, the entire puzzle put together. And I don't think that these things that we talk about in this setting make as much sense unless you read the book. And listen, the timeline in the book and other elements, you guys that that have read it, those things alone as reference material will generate things from here. So, Lana, hey, Chris, please, you only never get an email if I did. Okay, thank you. I'm very excited to talk to you. I'll find out how to get to you, and I'll send you I'll tell you what, Lee has it. I'll ask Lee to give it to you, and I very much look forward to talking to you. Lee, can you help me out with that?
Yeah, for sure. I'll help her get the contact info. Yeah.
You give her my phone number and give her my email address, and so sorry for that miscommunication. But anyways, I truly believe that this book could be a blueprint for moving forward in this and other cases and looking at these things in a new way. I don't want to go on, I'm not going to malign anybody, but I don't want to go on to many of the well-known mainstream media sites and listen to theories and nonsense and things that don't make any sense where people all postulate and come up with theories. I want to generate a community of people who look at things, the system, and learn about various elements of criminology and about jurisprudence so that we can look at all kinds of cases. The next case, the next Nancy Guthrie comes up, or whatever the next murder, there'll be another one soon, that we could start to talk about these things in more meaningful ways. That's what I hope comes out of this book. That's the answer to that question.
That's a great point.
And I know, Chris, you've got a lot of stuff lined up. You've got Birdie Bombshells tomorrow. You've got the Custody Queens lined up. There's going to be other people that are going to be lining up for you. I want to say that a lot of people don't give respect to YouTubers like you did. You coming on first to YouTube to address us is phenomenal. That you showed respect to the true crime community and you realize that we have a value. And so again, I can't thank you enough for everything that you've done.
Well, I believe it, guys. I do have well-deserved respect for what you do. I can't say that about some of the sites because it's just people ranting about nonsense. This is not the case here. You're inquirers. You have expertise. You have intelligence. and you have the patience to talk through something. We couldn't do this in a 30-second soundbite for certain for things like that. I have a lot of gratitude and a lot of respect for what you guys do. I appreciate you bringing me on here. I hope we got something accomplished. I mean, we talked a long time.
We did.
Oh God.
And
dude,
as
you
one author,
4 hours, then yeah.
And as one author to another, I'm someone who has to research for her books extensively. I can tell everyone out there the research that you have put into your book is exemplary. So I commend you and thank you for doing your due diligence and for your generosity in the information that you have shared in your book and also here with us this evening. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Robin. It means a lot. Thank you.
And real quick, I know a lot of people are asking, hey, you're going to ask my question. Look, we've got 1,600 people in here. I can't possibly get to all the questions. And I super apologize that we can't do it. And I don't mean to slight anyone. It is I'm trying to host the show and keep the thing running and get, Chris engaged. I can't do it all. I apologize if your question didn't get answered. I realize and look, here's the good thing. Chris is not done going on with YouTubers. So you'll get more cracks at asking those questions. And,
and if you guys want me to come back, I'll come back anytime. I'm happy to come back and answer those questions. We could do a segment. We all shut up until somebody calls in with a question. I'd be thrilled to do that as well.
I will have you back for sure. I'll have you back.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chris.
I got one question before we go.
Yeah.
1-1. Where do we get some of those shades, man? I got to tune up my act a little bit. You're looking
I'll get you a pair.
Thank you, brother.
You come back on the show, I'll get you a pair.
I keep looking in this thing and I go, who's that old dude talking down there? What's up with that? You guys got style. That's JJ, man. That's a look.
We do. Well,
right? Dago's a cool name.
I know. JJ's chilling. Yeah.
You guys really grateful for the intelligence you put into this. Thank you. We are grateful to you as well.
And thank you so much. All right, Chris, I'm going to let you go. Thank you so much, man, for taking the time. It's amazing. You've opened up so much. So we're going to be talking for forever, and I'll have you back as soon as you get done doing some other people's stuff, and we'll have you back when you settle in.
Okay, guys. Thanks again. We'll talk to you later.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take it easy, Chris.
Thank you, Chris.
Have a great night.
All right, guys, and that is it for Crimes After Dark. It's 4 hours. I don't even think we need to go do close. What more can be fucking said after that? Just go get a copy of the book right now. Get a copy of the book right now. You made a mistake not getting it pre-ordered. So
yeah,
I was afraid to even go take a piss. I have to go to the bathroom so bad. I didn't want to miss a moment.
All right, everybody. Thank you from the Crimes After Dark panel team, and we'll see you again. And Chris has told me many times he's going to come back on my show, so you will see him again on our show. Yes. He gets done making a circuit for a while. So thank you very much.
Have a great night.
Like, subscribe, and follow the channel because Chris is coming back, and I think we have some great questions. All right, take it easy, guys. Night.